The Cuyahoga County Committee of the Whole meeting for Tuesday, July 21st, 2026 will please come to order. The time is about 5 minutes past 1 o'clock, and I would ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Good afternoon, everyone. As a reminder to all in attendance, this meeting is being recorded and live streamed on the county's YouTube page. Also, as a reminder to all meeting attendees seeking parking validation for today's meeting, please be sure to scan the QR code located on the back table near the chamber's entrance to claim your discount. If you do not already have a Metropolis account, you will need your license plate number to set up the account in advance of receiving your discount. Please be sure to complete this prior to the end of today's meeting, as the QR code will be removed at the conclusion of the meeting. Calling the roll, Mr. Kelly.
Here.
Mr. Sweeney.
Present.
Mr. Castleberry.
Here.
Mr. Gallagher.
Here.
Mr. Schlepper.
Here.
Ms. Conwell.
Present.
Mr. Jones. Here. Ms. Turner. Ms. Turner's absent at the moment. Mr. Hauser.
Here.
Ms. Simon is absent at the moment. Council President Miller.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is public comment. Has anybody signed in?
Yes. Bishop Eugene Ward, Jr.
Mr. President, and to the council, good afternoon to each and every one of you. I came today to be in support of the county.
Bishop, if you could state your name for the record,
I'm
please.
so sorry. You read it so well. I thought I didn't have to say it. Bishop Eugene W. Ward, W-A-R-D, Jr., pastor of Greater Love Baptist Church here in the city of Cleveland, and a resident of Cuyahoga County. May I continue? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Conwell. I'm here today to stand in support of the county executive being able to appoint a sheriff. I'm continuing to hear arguments on both sides, but I think a review needs to be made by this council to look at what has happened in the past and what should go forth in the future. But I believe that our community is much safer with the sheriff being appointed because of the ramifications that we saw with our last sheriff that was elected, that had problems, and nobody was really watching what was going on. And because of the fact that I represent the African-American community and I see the continued problems that we have with them being in a jail-type situation, my recommendation is that the council would please approve the county executive continuing to appoint the county sheriff. Thank you very much.
R.L. Render.
Good afternoon. R.L. Render, 2818 East 128th Street, Street Club President. Good afternoon, members of Cuyahoga County Council. I would like to make a statement regarding the appointment of the county sheriff versus the election of the county sheriff. After much deliberation and some research and several phone calls, I have come to the conclusion that there are pros and cons with both approaches. But I have found merit with the charter review process that would afford the registered voters of Cuyahoga County the opportunity to weigh in on the subject matter. But what I have found most egregious about the current system is that the sheriff can hire just about any ne'er-do-well as he or she sees fit. Just a few weeks ago, the county sheriff hired former Cleveland police officer Stephen Loomis and many others like him during his tenure. The same Steve Loomis that never saw a shooting he didn't like, especially when it came to black people and other persons of color. The same Steve Loomis that said the killing of Tamir Rice was justified. The same Steve Loomis that said the 137 shots fired were justified. The same Steve Loomis that had an encounter at the Brown Stadium a few years ago with off-duty Commander Deborah Washington because of his unruly behavior. When she approached him about his unruly behavior, he allegedly called her a black bitch. We have the current system is placed in part because of the fiasco of Sheriff McFall, but we also have a number of inmates who have died because of inadequate medical treatment. The system is broken and must be fixed.
Jennifer Johnson.
Good afternoon. Council President Miller and members of council, my name is Jennifer Johnson, and I'm the Executive Director of Canopy Child Advocacy Center. I know you're familiar with me, but I'm here again today to talk about the importance of Health and Human Services. The funding that Health and Human Services receives to our organization and the children we serve is incredibly important. I want to thank you for the time that you commit to that and for the work that you're doing on a budget that I know is genuinely difficult. I know that. Last year, the county received around 19,000 reports and calls to the Child Abuse Hotline. That number has stayed that way in 2025, in 2024, and in 2023. And so Canopy is a place where these children come afterwards. One place, one time, where a trained forensic interviewer hears the story and doesn't have to make that child repeat it over and over again. HHS funding is what makes that possible. And for Canopy and the partners that work alongside us, that's incredibly important. Even if the levy moves forward, we learned that Canopy is currently facing potentially even more cuts than what we've already had. This is devastating. But without the levy, that harm compounds even more, both for Canopy and the kids we serve. In a year when financial strain is already difficult on families, given the circumstances that we have, the risk to children rises with it. Research has shown that. The need doesn't shrink to match the revenue. It only moves the other way. A child who has been abused cannot wait for an improved revenue forecast or a federal outlook. Respectfully, and on behalf of these 19,000 kids that get called in about every year, I request that council support moving forward with the HHS levy. Thank you.
Candy Fathery.
Good afternoon. It's good to see council again. I am Summit County Sheriff Candy Fathery. I spoke to you on June 23rd about my relationship as an elected sheriff with our charter form of government, the county executive's office, and the county council in Summit County. I spoke for about an hour, answering your questions and urging you to place on the ballot this November an opportunity for the people of Cuyahoga County to elect their sheriff. I return today to thank you for the service that you provide to the citizens of Cuyahoga County. They believed you would represent them and their needs, when that's why they voted for you. As elected officials, you have an incredible opportunity to support placing this amendment on the November ballot, giving those same people who voted for you the chance to decide whether they want an elected or an appointed sheriff for their county. Summit County has operated under a charter form of government for 46 years. During that period of time, Sheriffs Troutman, Warren, Alexander, Barry, and I have served our county as elected sheriffs. By comparison, Cuyahoga County has been under a charter form of government for 15 years, with 9 appointed sheriffs, including 6 in the last 7 years. Concerns were raised about prior corruption and disputes between the sheriff, the executive, and/or the council. To that, I say that corruption occurs at every level of government, from the local to the state to the national level. We do not remove all elected officials because of one bad apple. Otherwise, none of us would be elected. In addition, there are concerns about the sheriff's budget. Is that it? I would say just one last thing. My question to you is, what are you afraid of? Why are you afraid to allow the people of your county to elect your sheriff or make that decision? Let them decide. Thank you for your time.
Linda Mayer.
Linda Mayer, County Government Chair of the League of Women Voters of Greater Cleveland. just to reiterate what our speakers said at previous meetings, we expect to oppose publicly the proposed amendment to elect the sheriff for the reasons we have often stated. There is only one step you could take today that might make us reconsider our vigorous opposition. You could add ethical requirements to Mr. Gallagher's proposal. An independent sheriff must be held to the same ethical standards that bind the rest of Cuyahoga County's officers and employees. That's the chief accomplishment of this reformed county government. To enumerate county ethics rules, which are stricter than Ohio's, an inspector general to investigate violations, internal auditors to watch for fiscal irregularities, and civil service rules to prevent patronage and partisanship in hiring, promoting, and firing employees. We do know that the independently elected prosecutor is also not bound by those guardrails, and we are not aware of any abuses in that quarter, but that is owing to a compromise which was agreed to by the founding fathers and mothers of the 2009 charter campaign. Now is no time to promote further compromises to this ethically sound structure. Thank you.
I apologize in advance if I mispronounce your name. Lake County Sheriff Frank.
Frank Lambruna, I'm the sheriff in Lake County. I'm here to support the idea of returning to an elected position for sheriff in Cuyahoga County. Thomas Hobbes was a philosopher in the 1600s, and the predominant thinking was that kings were appointed by life and no one had a right to oppose the king. The great philosopher John Locke came along and said, people don't serve the king, government serves the people. And he talked about a social contract. He said, part of the social contract to make that effective is you need law, the establishment of law, because you have to control individuals in society who don't obey the law. The position of sheriff came over with the Mayflower and came here to the United States. Our founding fathers talked about the position of sheriff, being independent, being elected, and that the sheriff serves the people. And when the sheriff violates the law, he violates government and he violates the trust of the people. So whatever elected sheriff exists, he or she serves the people. And it is the right of the people to unelect them from office and put in a sheriff that they believe they can trust to obey the law and enforce the law. I believe that election is essential to have a good sheriff, he or she in that position to establish the law in the county. Thank you.
Ramona Brazil.
Ramona Brazil, Executive Director of Government and Community Relations at the Metro Health System. Good afternoon, Council President Miller, Vice President Conwell, and members of Council. We are grateful for our partnership and for the support provided to Metro Health, our safety net public health care system, in shared efforts to improve the health and well-being of our county residents. We appreciate the Council's consideration of the placement of the HHS levy for this November's ballot. We recognize the significant responsibility as you evaluate our community's needs, the difficult environment in which these decisions are being made, and residents' concerns about property taxes and affordability of basic needs. At the same time, healthcare affordability challenges continue to grow. Even before major Medicaid changes take effect in 2027, more Ohioans are becoming uninsured. Last year, MetroHealth provided $358 million in charity care, the highest amount in our 190-year history. These pressures have continued. Through the first half of this year, MetroHealth has experienced a 12% increase in uninsured patients, driven largely by declines in the ACA marketplace enrollment. While our share of uninsured patients has increased, we've worked diligently to address rising costs and financial pressures. Through difficult but necessary operational changes over the past year, we've improved our financial performance while continuing to invest in access to care. Projected HHS levy deficits could lead to proposed reductions in the county funding that helps MetroHealth provide care to thousands of uninsured residents as early as 2027, just as those falling out of coverage will continue to increase. As we continue to face these headwinds, any reduction could require additional operational decisions and evaluation of financial assistance programs to ensure the long-term sustainability of MetroHealth. Thank you for your leadership, partnership, and continued service.
That concludes the public comment portion for today's meeting. And Council President, I would like the record to reflect that Ms. Simon is in attendance.
Thank you very much. And next on the
Council
agenda.
President, I'm sorry, there is one more. Bruce Zakowski. Also, I would like the record to reflect Ms. Turner's in attendance.
Good afternoon. My name is Bruce Zakowski, the Portage County Sheriff. I'm not going to go through all this, the same thing that was being echoed by the other sheriffs. I'm just going to say that, in my opinion, I'm not here to fix all of Cuyahoga County's problems, but I do think that Sheriff Patel is a great example of why you need to have somebody who's elected official. I know all you people were elected and your own precincts, but at the same time, and you're lucky to have him. You made a good decision with him as the current sheriff. As the sheriff, you're not going to make decisions that support everybody or make everyone happy. Trust me, I know. But at the same time, when you go to bed at night, you try to make sure that you make the right decisions and you make the best decisions for all people, including the people who voted you in here. Many of you, I've looked into your bios and see that many of you have little or no law enforcement background. And I mean working as a law enforcement officer. To me, it just makes about as much sense trying to explain to a heart surgeon how to do a bypass when you don't understand completely what it's like to be a law enforcement officer and to make decisions that affect people and their lives every day. I always say my deputies and me with 35 years have seen complete devastation. The average person sees 3 to 7 critical events in their lifetime. Some of my deputies see that in a week. Your worst day, your absolute worst day, the thing that will haunt you for the rest of your life, is just another call for our deputies. This is what we do. This is who we are, and you have to have the right person in place to do that. And I think the elected people, or the people, have to elect that person in that position. That's just my opinion. Thank you very much.
That concludes the public comment portion for today's meeting.
Thank you very much. And the next item on the agenda is the consideration of 6 charter amendments. The expectation is that if requested, for those words requested by the sponsor, that we would vote on the amendments in committee today. The question would be to refer the amendment to the full council for second reading. And the expectation then is that the final vote on those amendments that I referred today would take place 2 weeks from today on August the 4th. Our county executive has asked to make some general comments regarding the administration charter amendments before we proceed.
Thank you, Council President, members of council, and hello, members of the public and visitors here to Cuyahoga County today. I'm Chris Renee, Cuyahoga County Executive. Council President, I don't know if I asked or was asked, but either way, I'm happy to be in front of you today. I spent some time this morning with our Cuyahoga County Cabinet and administration, and I really wanted to bring forth to you what I brought to them about our priorities for the upcoming election cycle from the administration. And I look forward to working with you as council members individually and as a body as we deliberate on what should and shouldn't go on the ballot and what we should or should not present to the voters for their decisions. I want to be clear from the outset that the Health and Human Services levy is critical. And I appeal to each of you to recognize that and to support that going on our ballot. Our partnership with the federal government is not what it was, and it's not our fault. I believe the federal government has, in large part at the leadership level, left that partnership. At the state, we've seen some similar divestment of the partnership with its counties, with a huge impact on our county. And so we as a people of Cuyahoga County have in front of us essentially something we're facing alone, which is to how to keep our neighbors healthy and supported. I can't tell you how hard it is to look at a budget from our budget director, from our fiscal officer, from our HHS director that contemplates cutting seniors further down from meals delivered to their residencies. Or when I have to look at Director Levine Ross and say we may need to make more cuts to homeless services as we literally walk past homeless neighbors on our streets. Those are the decisions we will face if the Health and Human Services levy is not put on the ballot and if it is not voted for by the people. And I feel for the people of this county, the stresses, the costs that they have on their shoulders, whether it's groceries or gas. Again, it's not our fault. But when we think of solutions, who but us? We and the voters of Cuyahoga County will help our neighbors. So I wanted to be clear today in respect for you to let you know my number one priority coming into this fall. And it is to work with you, I hope, if you see to it, to vote for the Health and Human Services levy to go on the ballot, to work with the people to give our explanations why. And I appreciate the many nonprofits, some of whom already testified today, about how vitally important Health and Human Services in that levy is to our kids, to our seniors, to our families, to our community. So number one priority from this administration, Council President, members of council, amongst many other priorities, is the Health and Human Services levy. Number two, it is vital that this council and this administration retain a law department. Without something going on the ballot to preserve that law department, you and I will lose that law department. And I have great respect and appreciate that Prosecutor O'Malley is here with us today. Thank you for the good counsel you give us every day through your office. I believe that there's a partnership, though, between the prosecutor's office and the law department, that we can get to an agreement, and we're not quite there, where we realize that a law department and a prosecutor's office and civil division specifically peacefully coexist, and there's a lot of work to be done between us. But if we council members don't have something on the ballot as it relates to a law department, to preserve that law department, we will lose that law department. And that's something we can't lose. So my high hope is that this council, by August 4th, sees to it that we have in front of the voters the confirmation of the county law department, again, that works in concert with the prosecutor's office. Number one and number two in this administration's priorities are the HHS levy and the law department, which now leads me to my third point. I am in great agreement with members of the public who have spoken today about a third way option for the separately elected sheriff debate. Separately elected, appointed, an appropriate and chartered third way is to go to charter review next year. I've said to many of you, we've talked about it, you've said to me, I've said to you, the complexities of being out before voters this fall with an HHS levy on the ballot, we hope, and then having to take conversations, questions about a separately elected sheriff. And imagine any one of you trying to make a pitch for HHS, and all of a sudden, a conversation breaks out about the separately elected sheriff, which diminishes the opportunity to have a conversation with the voters about that important priority of health and human services. With all respect to all those who visit our town today, and welcome to our town, and have lobbied and have been asked to lobby for a separately elected sheriff, with all respect to them, this is our county, and it is our county to go through priorities as we see them. The separately elected sheriff conversation does not need to happen right now. I asked the sponsor, why are we putting it on the ballot, or why are you offering it to put on the ballot? The sponsor just said, I don't know. I think it should just go on the ballot. It's not enough. It's not enough.
Can I respond?
What we should be doing.
Can I respond? Can I respond, Mr. President? That was a direct attack. How's that one?
You can respond when he's done.
Thank you. Go.
I see your face has gotten red, Councilman Sweeney. All right.
As red as yours.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. It's the distraction from a conversation that matters now and in the near term about health and human services. Wants to get personal, wants to get in a debate about the merits of a sheriff being on the ballot as a separately elected. It's going to distract you and I from really what's at hand, which is the health and human services and the vital services that those that are going hungry in this community and those that are in need of our support, seniors, kids. So I go back to this. That's exactly the example of what is going to ensue this fall. When egos get involved, when self-orientation rules the day, when a sheriff's out saying, I need to be separately elected, look at me and, by the way, vote for me. I know you've already been lobbied not only to put it on the ballot, but for the vote. I need your support. Not now. Let's put ourselves back a little bit. And let's put the people first and have the conversation about those who need us most now. That's exactly the example. We're going to go into a deep hole on a debate that doesn't need to happen this year, in this cycle. There's too much in front of voters. And I'm going to give you a concession on an exact point in a second. But from our administration, humbly, and I think in connection to you, council members, we ask you, for all the reasons stated and all the looming cuts that aren't our fault, to make HHS our number one priority. And to recognize that if we don't bring the law department to the voters, we will lose it. Those two are must solve for now. The sheriff's matter can and should wait until charter review. The charter framers placed, and I appreciate some of the historians and some of the sheriffs from other counties, but our charter framers placed a due process in the charter, and it is called charter review, and it happens next year. So let us not move in haste when we haven't been given sufficient explanation to the why And frankly, in fairness to the conversation about Health and Human Services, let us move that matter to next year. In addition to HHS and the Law Department, you've entertained, understandably and importantly, the Developmental Disabilities Initiative. I know you've all thought about how much can be on the ballot, how much can go on the ballot. We've already seen that come through this body. And we're working toward the idea of a coordinated campaign because the two ideas are not mutually exclusive. Persons with developmental disabilities, persons in need of behavioral care, fall under two issues, HHS and DD. If HHS, the Law Department, and DD are on the ballot, that's a lot. I would strongly encourage the board members of the RTA to take another look about the when and the why for transit. Transit's vitally important. But again, this confluence of issues can be confusing to voters. So I think this matter for us is about keeping focused on Health and Human Services, on those who need our help in developmental disabilities, and our Law Department that needs to stay. I did a little bit of reconnaissance calls to some of the charter framers over the last couple of weeks, and some of it comes after the conversation with Councilman Gallagher about how did this happen with respect to the sheriff's separate appointed authority versus the separately elected. And so Councilman Gallagher made some calls and want to focus on those for a minute. I called David Abbott, Randy McShepard, former Mayor Judy Rawson, former prosecutor Bill Mason, and attorney Eugene Kramer. In the last 48 hours, I've talked to all of them. And I asked them the why relative to the appointed sheriff. And there were essentially 4 big answers that came through over and over. And this is why I say to those who've come from other places to ask us to do things their way, I say let's do things our way. The way that we've been doing them since this government was chartered in 2009. When the charters saw this, number one amongst the 5 people I talked to was we were coming out of corruption. I don't know if every other sheriff's department that has made their case today is dealing with corruption, but I know there are EEO cases out in adjacent counties. I know that there's discrimination cases out in other counties. I know that there's been complexities as it relates to jails in other counties. I know that there's been requests by ICE to open up more jail facilities in other counties where those requests have been entertained. Imagine if you didn't have a voice in a conversation if ICE came to our county and you never got a say for your residents about whether we should have detention space for ICE. This is why I say you have a unique model in Cuyahoga County. You actually have oversight in matters that matter. And with all respect to what was said about your lack of credentials as it relates to professional authority over law enforcement, I've never seen you ever abuse that. I've seen you talk about budget. I've seen you talk about policy. I've seen you help improve, a couple of you lawyers on the board, I've seen you help improve the chase policy, which had to happen. And thank you for doing that. I get mad when people say your authority should be stripped, just because. It should just go on the ballot. You were elected by the people to represent and to do the right thing, and I'm proud of what you've done and many of the things I just said. You as a body have helped keep corruption out of the sheriff's office. Is there need for improvement? Absolutely. I love working with my representatives from the Cuyahoga County Sheriff's Department, by the way. Just want to say thank you to those of you here, from the jail on through to the administration. It's nice that we have a working relationship with our sheriff. I don't know why we lose that, but neither did the framers that I talked to. They went on to say the other elements of why they placed this on the ballot the way they did was professional credentialing. It gives an executive and council the oversight to make sure that a professional is appointed. And I will say Harry Patel has the credentials. That's why he was appointed. I'll also say he's been my only appointment as a county executive. So all this talk about 6 years, 7 appointments. In this era of this administration and council, we've had one under our appointment, mine, in the time I've been with you. The budget. The framers, and we're careful to say, it's not you, executive, it's the council. The council ultimately approves the budget. They wanted you to have budget oversight when they framed the separately elected, the appointed sheriff as an appointed sheriff and rebuffed the separately elected. They wanted your oversight. And I think they get that today in the way that you have budget control, and you need more of it. We need to have more conversation about budget. And they mentioned policy connection, and I guess I come back to things like Chase policy. You've made it better. So, as they said to me, the invitation of corruption with the elected, the need for provincial credentialing, budget and policy connection and control is what it's all about. And it was interesting talking to these 5 members. They mostly talked about you. They didn't talk as much about me. So this conversation about, it's about an executive wanting control, they actually gave it back to you because you are the ones entrusted with the budget and also ultimately policy decisions that lead to legislation. There was a question by Councilman Gallagher, I thought a very legitimate one, of what happened because the ball was bouncing toward the 2009 ultimate language that went on the ballot. The ball was bouncing, Councilman, back and forth between separate elected or appointed. It was interesting talking to one of the 5 who said that the other row officers, it's very late. If you remember, issue 5 was the chartered new government. Issue 6 was the opposition to that, kind of emerged with an issue to oppose in the last months. And some of the other row officers at the time in office kind of stood up at the end and said, we want to remain elected. And there was some thought that if the sheriff went on as appointed, the voters would reject it. That was said to me in kind of my query about what you asked about, Councilman Gallagher. But the voters did not reject the row officers of Cuyahoga County, and many of those offices were in corruption, and many of those officials were behind bars. And one of those offices was the sheriff's department. The voters did not reject an appointed sheriff. In fact, the voters voted for it 2-1. They affirmed this charter. And I feel, and I was asked when I came in, should we go back to a commission system? Should we go to a separately elected sheriff? I said, no, I took an oath of office to defend the charter of the people of Cuyahoga County. That oath includes an appointed sheriff. I got the same appeals you're getting today, right out of the gates in my job when I first took it. We need a separately elected sheriff. We need to go back to the 3-county commission system. By the way, I enjoy working with you. I don't think we need a 3-county commission system. We are actually a model. And even in Summit County, with respect to the sheriff who spoke and said you need to have courage, my suggestion to you is have the courage to defend what we have.
Mr. Executive,
I'm
we
gonna
have a long
close up.
agenda.
Yep. But on that courage, you have something unique. My conversations with the Summit County executive was that if she had her choice would be to have an appointed sheriff. The 5th item we have talked about, and I will wrap up, Council President, is about representation. I appreciate some of the commentary that came here today from the crowd. Nationally, over 90% of the sheriffs in this country are white. Nationally, over 95% of the sheriffs in this country are male. The predominant sheriff in our country is a white male. Don't fault white males who are here today. Thank you for the jobs you do. But proportionally speaking, that's way out of whack with our country. I'm proud that this county has seen 2 African-American sheriffs and a current Latino sheriff. Representation matters. So I think this ultimately is about the new school or the old school. And I think it's our opportunity to shine, to say we are a new school of how we do things. Again, with respect to those that are lobbying you today, Our sheriff can belong to the Buckeye Sheriff's Association. Our sheriff can belong to the national associations. In fact, our sheriff gives presentations often to national audiences. None of that has to change. So in summary and conclusion, Council President, I want to say thank you for the support that you guys have given the citizens of Cuyahoga County with your steadfast leadership in minding what matters. And what matters this November is the Health and Human Services levy, because of the forces that have left this partnership and put this on us. And the law department, which you need and I need to keep going. The sheriff's conversation can wait for where it appropriately should reside in a charter review, as chartered by the framers of this county charter and as voted 2-1 by the electorate of Cuyahoga County. Let us respect that process and go forward with the priorities that we know, you know, and I know need our attention and not our distraction. Health and Human Services and the Law Department. And we've got a charter review process that I look forward to working with you on a lot next year. I do want to say in closing, Council President, one of the 6 items before you today from me has to do with the matter of whether an executive should have suspension, discipline, or termination powers as it relates to the sheriff. Note I did not mention that in my priority list. If that does not pass, while I think it's important, I'm trying to keep focused. For me, it's HHS and the Law Department. And in saying that, in saying I could concede on the matter for the moment of exercising what I think are important management controls, I'd ask you to consider the same as it relates to this rushed conversation about a separately elected sheriff. And finally, I want to say again to the members of the Sheriff Department, I enjoy working with you. I've had 21 years of experience with law enforcement. I respect the job they do and know when to say it's their job to do the job and us to watch and have appropriate oversight. Most importantly, have conversations of consequence about what's right for this community. Thank you very much.
Where's he
Councilman
going?
Sweeney.
He can't. Is he going to be there to answer questions? Or does he get to walk away? This is public comment?
This is that the executive requested to make a statement, and you requested to respond to a personal comment, and you now have that opportunity.
Let me think this through. He started with, I don't know if I requested it or if we requested it. And I made a very specific request from our chief of staff, talked to their chief of staff, and I said, I'd like the county executive here to talk about 2 pieces of legislation. The one is the Law Department, and the one is Gateway. And if he brought up the Law Department, and we have our prosecutor here, and we heard from our executive, if this is the appropriate time to hear from our prosecutor, I would ask that to be done, since that was brought up.
Are you talking about on the
You're going to
sheriff
hold that
amendment?
piece, you're going to hold the piece of legislation on the Law Department. That's my understanding. And if that's the case, our county executive just brought up his side of the prosecutor back and forth.
So, to the councilman, we are not going to hold, we are going to have a substantial discussion this afternoon on the Law Department prosecutor amendment. We're going to hear a presentation from the law director, and if the prosecutor wants to respond, he will have that opportunity.
Thank you. Is this legislation going to, I was told that this legislation is going to be held and not move forward.
So that's likely, and that's up to all of us to decide. But it is definitely the plan that we need to have a substantial discussion on this topic today, so that council members can get up to speed on some of the details, and that's going to happen today.
Thank you. And then I'll take the time. That was a very good filibuster. I do appreciate your comments. I don't appreciate them. I get a little frustrated by them. Let me start with, you were very appreciative of me being one of the first folks to sign up for the HHS levy. And I'm going to be one of the strongest champions. And with regards to the law department, the number one priority we have is making sure the lawyers that are the men and women that work in the law department have a comfort level that they're going to keep their jobs. And I'm going to stay focused on that. And I believe you are a distraction in regards to the process, working with the prosecutor. I'm hearing going back and forth, and that does nothing for their psyche. I have about 25 notes from all the things you said. Can you answer, what does it mean that we're going to, if we don't pass something, we're going to lose our law department? What does that mean?
Councilman, through to the chair. Council President, do you want me to reapproach the mic for conversation questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
Council President, members of council, as I heard Councilman Sweeney's question, what does it mean that we're going to lose the law department? I could ask also some of my colleagues and your colleagues to come up and discuss this. I appreciate the ongoing working of Mike King, of Brendan Doyle, of Rick Maniloff, of Brendan Healy, of Nora Poor, and of Mike O'Malley. They spent a lot of time just this morning on the phone trying to wrestle through things. I'm sure the prosecutor will probably come up at some point. We just want to say, Mike, thank you. You have, I think, given a lot, and I think the administration has given a lot, and I think we've got some outstanding, from what I understand from the debrief, we've got some outstanding issues to work through. Councilman Sweeney, the assertion of being a distraction to this, some people have to pay attention to details, and it's not as easy as you say to just wave the wand and say, just figure it out and we'll put it on the ballot. It's not that easy. There are things that you should be asking us about what concessions have been made thus far and what does that mean, and what concessions have we made or have been made to us and what does that mean. End of the day, we need a full functioning law department and obviously the prosecutor's office. If you don't have something on the ballot, from what I understand, and I could reach out to other staff members, the Attorney General has given an opinion to the prosecutor upon his request. And from our read of that opinion, if there is not something that is confirmed through this process with the voters, the matter goes over to the prosecutor for the final, for essentially the full prosecutor's purview. All I'm saying in the defense of our charter is we do have a law department, and that law department has distinct responsibilities, and we are sort of redrawing those responsibilities in as much partnership as we can with the prosecutor, but there are things that we want to retain. And I think without getting in a tit for tat with Prosecutor O'Malley, which you may want us to do, but I know you got other things on your agenda, we have got to get, because of that AG opinion, we have got to get something on the ballot. And you make it as simple as to say, all I want is the employees to stay. And that's a nice political statement. It's a nice thing that earns a lot of niceties with the staff. I know it. We're of the same ilk, Council. We're elected officials, but it's not that simple. These persons who work for the law department actually also need to have a job that they have a purposeful day to go to work on. So he can't be stripped of everything of the work they do or that be threatened, because people are fluid. There's talent that leaves. And I am concerned about that with our law department, that they have other opportunities to go elsewhere. But I do want to thank the law department staff and the civil division of prosecutors and the criminal division for the work they do. The bottom line, Councilman, is the devil's in the details, and we're still detailing this through. And I do want you to say, to me, since this seems like a cross-examination, how am I holding something up? Because I want to be helpful to you.
Just answer my question. What does, you're
didn't
going to
answer
lose our law department? That's all I asked.
If it's not on the ballot per the AG read from our attorneys, and I invite the attorneys to come up and clarify if I'm wrong, but if it's not on the ballot per our attorneys, it goes to the prosecutor's office. And you need independent review as it relates to contracts, as it relates to labor employment issues, as it relates to you being able to ask questions. I'm not here to say that you shouldn't ask the prosecutor questions when you want to. I think many of you do, and you should. There's nothing wrong with that. Prosecutor gives good advice. It's just, you also need a law department to work through the volumes of work that we have.
So I think we can get more clarification on this when we hear from the law director and the prosecutor.
Oh, absolutely, but I'm just responding to things he says, and I'm just trying to clarify because he's informing us to help us make decisions. And, okay, let's keep horsing around here.
But not for very long. We have a long agenda.
Okay, I mean, Dale, this is hard for you to manage. I'm a distraction, and I say he's a distraction, he's trying to attack me a little bit, and these are very important, serious questions. And the whole sheriff thing, we had a breakfast together, and I'm quite confident. I said, I am absolutely, to my core, believe an elected sheriff is how we should go. And I gave a presentation on exactly how it should go and the history. And I'm trying to convince my colleagues to be able to support that. And having the people decide, you're all excited about having the people decide about the HHS levy. And you don't want to give the people the opportunity to vote for the sheriff. And your legislation that you're saying, oh, it's not a priority, you know it's not going to pass. That's the reason you're backing off. And the reason that you put the legislation in is because you want to be able to fire the sheriff. It says council has a responsibility, and you say, it changes nothing. It changes nothing. It says you still hold that right. But then you put this other little thing says, oh, but I can fire the sheriff. Go ahead, please.
You've said a lot of things. I'll try to stay focused. I am focused.
This is
as I hope.
hilarious.
You invited me. I'm doing my best.
Absolutely, let's keep going.
I just want to say back to members of council, the whole point of at least my remarks would have been.
What?
Because one, I think you invited through the chair me to speak,
Yeah, absolutely.
And it was an opportunity to collegially with our colleagues here in council to talk about priorities. So I come back to it again. HHS, priority. Law department, priority. Sheriff's department, going to be a lot on the ballot and a lot of conversations in the ward clubs out there in the community. We can wait on this and do this right in charter review. The why, Councilman? Yes, you said I think it should just go on the ballot. The voters voted in 2009 for an appointed sheriff. That is what we currently have. Through charter review, which we all have opportunities to input on, we can go through a deliberative analysis about pros and cons of appointed versus elective. Right now, in the rush to August 4th, we're not going to get that. And we owe the voters that opportunity over the years, this year, next year, to actually go through that. I'm all for community forums on it. I'm all for being there with you. I'm all for a debate if we need a debate at the City Club. But give the time for the community to actually look into that. And what I said, Councilman, about the issue that I put forth, it's not to fire the sheriff. It's about actually creating an orderly management. With you hire somebody, you have the opportunity where needed, and not even saying needed, but to suspend, discipline, or terminate, which is what the case of all other row officers is. But I said, in the spirit of not distracting, I'm not petitioning you to, I'm not giving you a position to petition you to take on that one. I'm saying if that one goes by the wayside, okay, let's focus on HHS and law. But by the same token, the separately elected sheriff might go by the wayside till next year because nothing is forcing us to have this conversation now. I saw Harry Patel on the way in today. I asked Sheriff Patel, can we get back out for breakfast again? We talk, we meet, perhaps contrary to opinions, we get together. I will be seeing him again soon. So thanks for your line of logic.
We're not focused. We need to be focused.
He started with an attack on me and another one, but
I didn't even use a name, but you took it as apparently you.
actually, that wasn't much of a attack, but I'm using it as the tool to talk here. What do you want to do, Dale?
If there's anything further that is really important that you need to say, please say it. But we need to do it and move on to the discussion on the charter amendments.
I'll give you deference. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have one comment, and when we discussed the charter amendments, I forget when it was exactly, and we talked about the executive being able to fire the sheriff, and a hypothetical thing I brought up was I come in here to work one day, and Executive X, somewhere down the road, didn't like something with the sheriff and was able to fire him, and council not know a thing about it. And the answer I got was, yes, that's correct. So I want to make sure that that's brought up with that one amendment, that council can be bypassed with that. Thank you.
Okay, I am now going to turn the gavel over to Councilman Schlepper to run the process on the consideration of the charter amendments.
Thank you, Council President. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Everybody doing okay? Okay.
Okay.
Very good. We're going to jump right in, just in the interest of time. So, Madam Clerk, if you would read item 167 into the record.
Resolution number 2026-0167, providing for the submission to the electors of the County of Cuyahoga an amendment to Article 1, Section 1.02 of the County Charter to provide that no tax levied, extended, or renewed by the county shall go into effect until such question has been submitted to and approved by the electors of the county.
Would the sponsor like to speak to this issue?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've discussed this before. I think it's pretty simple and straightforward. The law department and Mike King had a suggestion to clarify any potential conflict down the road. So in front of you, we have a proposed substitute. And in essence, it's just to, and I'll just read this here, to the full extent that we could do this permitted by law within the limited specifications, specified exemptions. So this covers anything, anybody has any questions, can we do it? This would allow us to do it. So I appreciate the law department and Mr. King pointing that out. It does not substantially change the request, but I think it's important that the people of Cuyahoga County, as we've all been discussing, as at best should have a say on if we're going to tax them. We had a recent episode where we were going to go to the ballot to tax them on the Jail Just Center. That was blown up, and now the people of Cuyahoga County are facing a 40-year extension of a 0.25% tax that was initially for the Convention Center Medical Mart, and it was extended for 40 years. It will bring in, if we are at 6%, it will bring in $5 billion. The cost of the Jail Just Center in 2023 was $1.4 billion. I don't think this county needs an extra billion or two, but that's what you people are going to be paying for. And where that money goes is up in the air. Because once you put money into a general fund, there's not a soul in this room that can tell me what you spent it on. Not one. So if we're going to get the people on our side, if we're going to have an easy issue as to not have too much on the ballot, I've never heard that before, but now we have too much on the ballot. This is an easy one. This doesn't step on our authority to ask the people for money, but it does stop what I consider to be one of the travesties of what we've done over the past 16 years, and tax this public at potentially a rate of $5 billion over 40 years, when we needed 1.4 billion and probably another billion for when we borrow the money. So we're well over 2 billion extra. And I think the public, when they start finding out about this, and oh, by the way, they are, we're going to look bad. We're going to look bad. We don't have a $5 billion jail. We had a $700 million jail. Now we got a $1 billion jail. We don't have a $1 billion Just Center. But yeah, we do, because that was $700 million. Delay is our enemy. And this was delayed to the point where it took us out of what we could afford. And to shove this down the throat of the taxpayers is not going to be well received. And without this, and as the executive said, without this, you turn this down, they're going to look at everything we do and what's going on the ballot, DOD, HHS. Let's not forget about our friends in local government. I have 3 communities asking for money. Do you think for a minute they're happy? They're listening to all this. And they know, and I hear it from my mayors and council presidents, you shoved $5 billion down our throat without our vote. Now we got to go ask our people for more money, and they associate us with you. They're not happy. So I think this clarifies it. I think this sends a signal to the community that we need their input when we spend their money. That's what it comes down to. I'll answer any questions.
Open it up for questions or discussion. Councilwoman Simon.
Mr. Chair, in a nutshell, Councilman Gallagher, could you just summarize what this is again for people who might be tuning in?
What the request is that any time that we're in need of money, we're going to go to the people and ask them. Now, we had the authority. There was nothing wrong with us voting to extend a tax. There's nothing wrong with that, other than we didn't get the input from the voters. I think that just is so wrong. And I'm a taxpayer, I'm a voter, and I got to tell you, I probably would have voted no. And to throw an extra $1 billion or $2 billion on the back end of this, and oh, by the way, shove $1 billion right away. I've got the charts for you. Shove $1 billion into general fund of money we didn't ask the people for is just beyond wrong, beyond wrong. So I think this is very simple if we want to do it. And that's, I fall on your goodwill.
Councilman, my question is, what if we send every text to the ballot and something critical is on the ballot and our residents vote no? What is our contingency plan for the residents that need those services the very next day?
The reality is we're here because the voters chose us. And those are difficult, those are difficult positions to be in. And if we are not, if we're going to be going into reserves like they did on HHS, and I understand why they did, it's up to us to have a plan to recover that money. This is the first time that since I've been here that the reserve has been burned. First time. And there was no backup plan other than to go back to the ballot, ask the people in kind of a almost doubling way on HHS a year early. Personally, I think it could wait a year because we still have money in the fund, but the reserve was burned. And that was $30 million. They'll have $2 to $4 million next year. And I'll tell you another thing is we're getting squeezed by the feds, and we always have been. We're getting squeezed by the state, and we always have been. And I don't care if they're Republicans or Democrats, they put us against the wall. So if we find ourselves against the wall, the people out here voted for us to fix it. And if we have to go back to them again and do a better job of explaining the need, that's on us. But when you run out of money at home, you don't go into your neighbor's garage and take their car and sell it to cover your bills. You cut. I cut. And unfortunately, dealing with HHS, you're dealing with life-saving issues. So I believe that the voters are generous in this county. I really do. And I think they're smart, and I don't think they get confused. And I think they have the ability to stand there and vote for every issue that's on the ballot, as they've done for us. And I understand there are difficult times. We're in them. We're in them, and we're going to find out. But we're going to be going up against schools. We're going to be going up against police departments, fire departments in levy situations in real time, and it's going to affect the outcome for those individual requests from the cities. So we have partners in the cities. We should respect that. But I think we can do all of this and let the people decide.
So, Mr. Chair, I don't know if so what's the answer? I think Councilman, well, I'll ask you, if there's an emergency that we need to get a levy passed, for example, and the election's not until 6 months away, what would be your answer to that? Perhaps just cut, or I think that would be my question.
Well, what we've done in the past is we cut. Under Mr. Budish, I believe we went to furloughs. We did cut people. It's a difficult thing to do, but we had to do it and get us there. And oh, by the way, that very scenario we've lived through with the arena and the baseball park. We ran out of money, or Gateway ran out of money. We're responsible. We borrowed $40 million to cover that cost, probably another 15 to 18 in interest to cover our bills. When you're borrowing money to pay essential bills, you are a failed government. You're a failed government when we're running out of money like that. And it's going to happen again if we don't fix it. So the scenario has happened. We dealt with it and we moved forward. And things did get better.
Through the chair to Councilman Gallagher, what I envision, is a climate crisis, something big that we didn't expect, just like COVID. We didn't expect the shutdown. We got aid from the feds. I'm just saying there's a counter to this, and I really appreciate you bringing this forward to talk about, what our duties are as being elected officials. Do we get elected to make these decisions? Yes, but is there a limit to that, and what's reasonable? So I appreciate you bringing this forward.
And it would be no different than if the Main Avenue Bridge collapsed or roads that blow up. I've had a couple with the weather, with the heat, streets just buckling, and had to go to Mike Dever, and we had to find the money to try and help them. Oh, by the way, we didn't have the money to help them. So again, it's just, I think we're sending a signal to the electorate that they matter. And again, I think they're very generous in this county, and I think they're very smart voters. And my hope would be that if we did run into a situation, we could get out of it like the last time we did. It's not easy. There are no easy answers.
Other questions or comments? Councilman Jones.
Thank you. Again, thank you, Councilman Gallagher, at least for the discussion around this matter. Again, my question is, what I'm hearing is this legislation literally would strip this body, 11, of the ability to levy, extend, or renew a tax, and we would have to go to the public in order to levy, renew, or extend a tax. Again, I think my question is really kind of the same as Hauser, so I'm probably just repeating it, Councilman Hauser. When those critical moments come and we're counting on a smart electorate, I'm not saying not smart, but sometimes are they always aware of all the details that we spend to determine whether a decision is made by, I think you meant sometimes, you mentioned like sports teams or not just those, but other things. where you have to dig in and figure out what really makes sense. In those critical moments, we have to come up with a plan. This would strip one plan away from us.
And again, I'm sorry to interrupt, but
No, go right ahead.
I think anytime, any government, anywhere, taxes their people without their input, you have a rebellion. That's how we were founded. That's how we were founded. The very government that we have now is based on the fact that the people should decide. And if we're not going to listen to the people, you're sending a signal that they don't matter. Well, you're not, I'm not saying you're saying this, but, oh, it's very intricate and our backs are against the wall, we got to act. We have to act. We've done it. We've actually done that. Now, it was hard. It was difficult to do, but that's our job, is to address the hard and difficult things. And we've been successful. And it wasn't ideal, but it was making of the sausage to make things run efficiently. That's all I'm saying, is this is a signal to the public. Does their vote matter, yes or no?
Councilwoman.
Thank you. Well, I just want to say to people that we're in control. We're still in control. Things are a bit challenging, but we're doing our best. As I listen to my colleague, and I appreciate his intent, and I have all the respect in the world for the councilman. I'm just thinking about the uncomfortable placing of an absolute restriction in our charter. I'm a special education teacher by training, so I'm used to adapting and being flexible to things. And as finance and budgeting chair, which is still kind of a new thing for me, I don't come from money. I'm putting a lot of effort and energy trying to figure out how our financial systems work. Thank you, Director Parfiawis, for always taking my call and explaining things to me. I have seen, and we've all seen, how quickly things can change. They're changing. It's here. It's critical right now. That's why we're discussing putting an HHS levy on the ballot early, because things have changed. And if we don't pay for it now, we're going to pay for it later. I just think that future councils deserve to retain the flexibility to respond to unforeseen circumstances when they arise. And so I'm not arguing any points that you're making. Like, everything that you're saying is to use absolutely correct. But I just think we need to keep our options open and lead. Like, we cannot go to the people for every single thing. Like, we'll exhaust them. We have some challenges before us, not just this. We have responsibilities. They won't even start talking about Gateway, but I think we have an opportunity to lead, and I think we need a little flexibility to be able to do that.
Thank you for the comment, but I could tell you, if anything happens, we're sitting on over $2 billion extra dollars because of what the council did on the Jail Justice Center bill. And nobody up here, nobody anywhere that I could find could tell me why we asked for $2 billion more without the vote of the people. And I can tell you why it was done, and you know why it was done. If that went to the ballot, it was DOA, and we all knew it. And when we were discussing the previous site, we knew it was difficult. We knew it was going to be difficult.
You're not wrong.
I know. It's just, I think we've sent a signal to the public that their vote be damned. And I don't think that's right.
I don't agree with that.
Well, could you tell me where the $2 billion's going?
Yeah, I cannot, but.
I mean, I know where 1 billion's going. It's going in the general fund. And the purpose, and the way that happened was, we took the guardrails off. When we saw that minstrel show up here, the song and dance about how we had to take the guardrails off. Remember that joke? And the council bid on it. And you know why that happened? That happened because our bond rating was going to get hit. Why was our bond rating going to get hit? Because we're not handling our money correctly. So we just took $2 billion extra dollars. One went to general fund. My guess is the other one will go into general fund. And again, I challenge anybody in the room. Tell me what you're going to spend it on. You're going to spend it on something, but it's not going to be identified. The plain dealer whacked us all forever for the ARPA money and the slush fund. Those weren't slush funds. Those are federal dollars that came in, we put in our communities.
We did great things with those dollars.
This, and I hate the word slush fund, but until somebody can tell me where the extra $2 billion's going, if the economy stays at 6%, which it probably won't. So, that's a movable number. But still, we took more money than we needed, and we bailed ourselves out. And then my point to you or anybody else is, when I've run out of money at home, I stop eating steak. I pay my bills before I eat. And unfortunately for us, we're in a county where there are so many people on the edge, and keeping in mind, in 2030, 1/3 of the people in this county are going to be seniors, 55 and older. And I'll tell you, in 2030, when they do become the majority voters, a lot of this is going to change. A lot of this is going to change. So I think it's helpful for us to do this, but if you see it a different way, that's fine.
No, it's not that I see it a different way. I just think we need flexibility. I think we need to retain flexibility. And if we enshrine this in our charter, I think we handcuff ourselves when, as my colleagues both stated, when we have real emergencies. We limit our strategies to solutions.
Again, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I fail to see any emergency we haven't gotten to and adjusted to. And again, I understand people got laid off, people did diversions on work, and I appreciate that, and I think they understood where we're at. And we also went through the crisis in many years ago. It was called the SAFE crisis, where literally the county took a 10% cut across the board in one day. You were brought into the commissioners' chambers and you agreed to cut 10%, period. No doubts, no questions asked. And it was a very difficult time for everybody, but here we are.
Other questions, comments? Okay. All right. Then I am going to make a motion to refer this item forward as amended for consideration for second reading before the full council. Do we need a roll call?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Yeah, you didn't vote on the substitute.
We have to vote on the substitute first. Okay, wasn't sure. All right, I make a motion to move forward the substitute. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it. All right, and then now I need to move it forward as amended before full council, correct? Okay, I will make a motion to move this to full council for second reading. Do I have a second? Second. All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes, opposed.
Yeah, I'm opposed to.
Do we need to do a roll call for this?
We should do a roll
Is this on
call.
the amendment?
Let's do a roll call.
Yeah.
Can you restate what we're voting on?
We'll be voting on second reading, referring the item for second reading.
As amended.
Yeah, just to move it out as amended.
Just for clarification, Mr. Chair, for the members, we're voting to whether this will move out of committee. There's 6 votes required. If it does move out of the committee with 6 votes, it will go on to the council agenda, and if to put it on the ballot is 8 votes.
Great, very good. Thank you for that. All right. So we'll open it up to roll call. Madam Clerk.
So can you, Mr. Chair, can you just clarify that we are voting now to move it out of committee of the whole to council? So
We are.
the final.
Yes, for the public. We are moving this over so that full council can review, but we are not doing a final vote on this. This is just to move it out of committee.
But 6 no votes prevented from moving out.
Madam
Okay.
Clerk.
Calling the roll for second reading for resolution number 2026-0167. Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Mr. Sweeney?
Yes.
Mr. Castleberry?
Yes.
Mr. Gallagher?
Yes.
Mr. Schlepper?
Yes.
Ms. Conwell? Mr. Jones?
No.
Ms. Turner?
No.
Mr. Hauser?
No.
Ms. Simon?
No.
And Council President Miller.
No.
Motion fails.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, if you will read the next item into the record, please.
Resolution number 2026-0169, providing for the submission to the electors of the County of Cuyahoga an amendment to Article 16 of the county charter to provide that the sheriff be elected quadrennially commencing at the 2028 countywide general election.
Is there someone to speak to this item?
Yes, there is.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll start with, we have 2 individuals here that would like to speak, and I'd like them to come up. The first one is the president of the NSA Sheriffs, Troy Wellman. He's our national chairman of the association, and I want to thank you for taking the time to come here today, sir.
Thank you. Members of the council, just for a little bit of background, I am Troy Wellman, Sheriff of Moody County, South Dakota, and as stated, the current president of the National Sheriff's Association. The charter way of government is a little new to me, so I'm trying to get my head wrapped around it very quickly to somewhat understand it, but from what I've heard so far, no different than most normal county commission meetings. Nobody has enough money. Everybody's trying to figure out how to pay for things and how to make it all work and still be responsible to the public that put you here. So I have a letter prepared. I will read it so that everybody can hear it, and then we do have copies of it if you so choose. Dear Cuyahoga County Council, leadership, and esteemed members, on behalf of the National Sheriff's Association, the nation's oldest and largest organization representing the office of sheriff, I write in support of efforts to restore the office of Sheriff of Cuyahoga County, Ohio, to an elected statutory office. The National Sheriff's Association represents 3,081 sheriffs, deputies, and other public safety professionals across the United States and serves as the national voice of the office of sheriff, advocating for policies that preserve the independence, the accountability, and the effectiveness of while advancing public safety and administration of justice. Cuyahoga County is unique within Ohio in utilizing the appointed sheriff while the remaining 87 counties elect their chief law enforcement officer. Restoring the office of sheriff to an elected position would align Cuyahoga County with the long-standing tradition observed throughout the rest of Ohio and reaffirm the rights of the citizens of Cuyahoga County to directly choose the individual entrusted with serving as their chief law enforcement officer. The office of sheriff occupies a unique place in American government. As an elected constitutional office in nearly every state, the sheriff is directly accountable to the citizens of the county through the electoral process while maintaining the independence necessary to carry out the office's statutory responsibilities. The balance of operational independence and direct public accountability has distinguished the office of sheriff for generations, reinforcing public trust and ensuring that one government, most fundamental public safety responsibilities, remains accountable to the people that they serve. For decades, the elected sheriffs who compromise with who compromised the National Sheriff's Association have consistently reaffirmed that the office of sheriff is directly accountable to the citizens it serves through the electoral process. Consistent with that longstanding principle, the association has adopted multiple resolutions recognizing the independent constitutional role of the office of sheriff, including a resolution specifically supporting legislation to restore an elected sheriff in Cuyahoga County. This issue is not about any individual, office holder, or political party. Rather, it concerns preserving the institutional integrity, independence, and public accountability of one of our nation's oldest and most trusted law enforcement offices. For centuries, the office of sheriff has served as a cornerstone of local government because it places ultimate accountability in the hands of the electorate. The National Sheriff's Association respectfully urges you to support for legislation restoring the office of sheriff in Cuyahoga County to an elected statutory office. Doing so would reaffirm the longstanding principle of local self-government, that the county chief law enforcement officer should be directly responsible and accountable to the people he or she serves. We appreciate your thoughtfulness, consideration of this matter. Just a little bit of a brief why I also personally feel that this is an important matter. My county is very small. My county is 6,200 people, about 550 square miles. If you add everybody that is a sworn law enforcement officer, we'd have about 3 extra chairs if we all sat up here. That's how small we are. I'm in my 5th term, so I'm ending my 20th year as the sheriff, 29 years in law enforcement all together, all in the office of which I serve. It caught me a couple times when I heard it referred to as the sheriff's department. I'm like, no, it's a sheriff's office. Here I get it. It is a sheriff's department because it's appointed. My question to you is, what do you have to lose to let the people choose again? Do they want an appointed sheriff or do they want an elected sheriff? My understanding, the question is, does it get put on the ballot to let the people choose? The people that choose you in your 11 districts will, as a whole, 11 districts have to elect the sheriff if they so move forward with having the elected sheriff opportunity. And I just ask that you guys consider that, and thank you for your time.
Mr. Chairman? Hey, I just got one question. Can
Yes,
you
sir.
go a little deeper on what you think the concerns are if we have a appointed sheriff with a non-law enforcement person appointing them and reporting directly to them?
So definitely no offense to the county executive. I walked into this room knowing about 6 people. So I'm not saying that this is the case.
No, this is national. You are here through the chair. You are here as a national representative.
Yes,
This is how serious you take this issue. You came from North Dakota, you said?
South Dakota.
South Dakota, my apologies.
That's okay.
And for you to travel this far, to come and state your position is evidence how important this is to you and inferencing to us as a county to let the people decide. But that's a question of your expertise, 20 years, you're the national, and the model that we have here, and I'm asking what, no disrespect, it could be A, B, C, D throughout the country.
Understood. So again, not having any idea what the 11 of you do Monday through Friday, except for every other Tuesday. If somebody comes in and tries to tell you how to do your job, and they have no idea how to do your job, it's hard to take. And you used the analogy this morning with the sheriff. If I was driving up here from Columbus last night, or drove up to Columbus last night, spent the night, and then drove up the rest of the way this morning. A very easy analogy. You have a 5-star restaurant. You have the best chefs in the country, in the kitchen, but they can't produce 5-star quality because none of them know where the ingredients are at. It's the same thing. If the person telling the sheriff how to run the sheriff's office, sorry, it's habit, the sheriff's department has no idea how to be a law enforcement officer, it's hard for that sheriff that's appointed to get told by somebody that it's never done the job how to do the job. I'm assuming Ohio has laws against theft. I assume that Ohio has laws against embezzlement, misappropriation of funds, misconduct. If there's not, there's probably some federal guideline that's going to catch them. I'm just as responsible as the Cuyahoga sheriff is that's appointed to dutifully run my office. Because if I don't, there's somebody that's got a different star through state, through federal, that's going to come in and rectify the issue of misappropriation or whatever the cases were that put this all into place back in 2009. None of us like it. Every one of us in our day jobs have somebody that makes us get a black eye. The rest of us have to work just as hard to be the best dentist, the best doctor, the best mechanic, the best pastor. Unfortunately, unapproach is not above any profession, regardless of what it is. All the way down to a housekeeper at a hotel. If one of them steals money, it makes everybody else look bad. So that's my point is, again, no disrespect for the county executive, but the sheriff needs to be able to lead his office in the best way he or she sees fit, knowing what law enforcement officers need to do, knowing what the residents of Cuyahoga County want and need. And if they don't like the way he's doing it, they can vote for somebody else in 4 years, just like they can for you.
Thank you.
That answer the question?
Oh, perfect. And through the chair, just a little history here. We're talking about the previous sheriff that left in disgrace. He had 35 years of service, and at the end, he was forced out. But during the time that we've had in the 13 years we've been here, we've had 3 executives, and one of the executive hired somebody to manage the jail, and that person went to jail. So it's not like it's free and clear of this government that we have right now. And I bring that up to counter some of the discussion saying why we're here. And that's the reason.
Sure.
It's as the Sheriff Candy, I forgot your last name, Faraday stated, it's the people, and this system is not working here. So I want to thank you for coming out. Does anybody else have questions for the chairman or the president?
Questions or comments?
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Appreciate you coming down.
You bet. Anybody want a copy of the letter?
Yeah, you
Otherwise,
can pass it on. Now, we have one more, Director Bob Cornwell from the Buckeye State Sheriff's Association. Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Council President, members of council, my name is Bob Cornwell. I'm the Executive Director of the Buckeye State Sheriff's Association and have held that position for almost 43 years. I have, in my lifetime, worked for a sheriff for 53 years because I spent 10 years at the Franklin County Sheriff's Office and the 43 years at the association. So I've worked for a sheriff or for sheriffs for those 53 years. I've worked with very good sheriffs. I've seen sheriffs that didn't take the advice or suggestions that I made to them. I just had one released from federal prison. I've had sheriffs that have been in state prisons because they didn't do their job. They didn't uphold the confidence and trust of the citizens that elected them. I've seen very good sheriffs that were defeated, not because they didn't do their job, it was because of a political wave. We've had, sheriffs that have come in with Republican presidents because they're run at the same time. We've had sheriffs that have come in with Democrat sheriffs, with Democrat presidents. So I've seen all kind. In my years of service, I've probably seen about 500 sheriffs come through. We have a 3-week newly elected sheriff school, gives me an opportunity to convey to them what their duties are, what their responsibilities are, offer them suggestions on issues that have happened in the past, issues that they may encounter, and anything that they want to know or help with, we as an association, can direct them in the best solution to their issues. We don't tell them what to do, we suggest to them what to do. Now, I remember Sheriff McFall. I remember him very candidly. That's one of the reasons, he was a pipe fitter. He came into sheriff. He didn't have the law enforcement experience. One of the reasons that we worked so hard to get a qualifications bill passed, so that you had to have a law enforcement background. You couldn't just come in and be a sheriff. Matter of fact, when I came to the association, one of the sheriffs we had in Southern Ohio ran a Dairy Queen. Most popular guy in town, especially in summer. I mean, great, I want ice cream. But he wasn't qualified for the job of sheriff. So as we moved forward, we did pass a qualifications bill through the Ohio legislature, which mandates at a minimum that you have certain qualifications in law enforcement field, because as the chief law enforcement officer and as the diverse kinds of jobs that the sheriff does, he, as I often refer to, is the catcher, the keeper, and the shipper. He catches criminals, he keeps criminals, and he ships them to the state pen. So, I mean, those are very diverse jobs. For an individual to answer to other than the public is a disservice to the public. I've heard today talks about HHS, DD, kinds of levies that are needed to operate and serve your citizens. And I agree, it does. Problem is that when those funds run out, or there are situations where they're not under direct supervision, they end up at our house, at the sheriff's jail. We have to provide those services for them. Then we draw on the HHS money. We draw on the DD money to help facilitate those, get the individuals back on their meds and put them back in the community. But the sheriffs are the ones who do those things. As an elected sheriff, that responsibility to the people is paramount. They answer every day to those people. Those who are appointed oftentimes don't have that same regard when they make decisions. That goes to the next level up. Doesn't bother me because I didn't have to make that decision. The person who appoints them makes those decisions. When you're elected, and you folks all know this, you answer to the public. You listen to what they tell you, and you vote their conscience, not yours. So you do what those people tell you. The sheriff, the elected sheriff, is the same way. And in 87 of the 88 counties in Ohio, it has retained that position as an elected official. More often than not, most of Ohio's rural counties, the sheriff is the highest vote getter in most of those counties. People like to vote for their law enforcement. That is the person who can take away your liberties by statute. They have such a diverse job. They have civil. They have ministerial to the courts. They have jails. They have patrolling. They have investigative authorities. All those come under one big umbrella called sheriff. And for the people to have the confidence in the sheriff, they need to vote on that sheriff so that they can portray to the people, we trust you, you trust me. With that, I will end and take any questions from any council member that there may be.
Any questions for Mr. Cornwell?
Very brief. I just want to thank you for coming out.
Sure.
And the 50th.
Deja vu, okay? I've been here before.
Yeah, and for now, this is a subject where subject matter expertise is very important.
Yes.
And 53 years, and the role that you're playing, you've seen it all.
Yes, sir, I think I have.
And when you bring up Sheriff McFall, he was a pipe fitter. He was a council person.
Right.
And he was beloved, and then he made some decisions that, as I said, he went out in disgrace. But the legislation that we have before us has the criteria that this county put forth to say, this is what you need to be a sheriff. And I'm just mirroring that language. So we're, hopefully when this makes the ballot and the people make the decision, and if they choose to have an elected official or elected sheriff, they will the only people that could be considered and placed on the ballot are the folks that meet these criteria. So I just wanted to share that with you.
Through the chair to Mr. Sweeney, that's absolutely correct, that you need to have qualifications to hold a position such as this high of trust for an individual who can, as I say, take away your liberties by arresting you, can incarcerate you, and can send you to a prison. Those all are part of what we do. And the qualifications, and I say that that's why we work so hard to get those, to establish a minimum criteria so that the elected would know these individuals know what they're doing. Here's your choice. You pick the best of the ones that are in a pile. That's what you have to do. And with your legislation, sir, I think you're right. You have to have those. And as a matter of fact, you exceed what the minimum is at the state level by some of the criteria you've established.
And we know that, and we appreciate
We would like to
validating
do
that.
the same thing, but I've spoken to the legislature, and I think some would like to do away with it, but we don't.
And through the chair, I'm familiar with the legislature.
Yes.
Thank you. Any other?
Mr. Chairman, thank you, sir. Appreciate your presentation. What can you say, just refresh my memory, I don't know if you said a year. What year did they put in the minimum qualifications at the state level?
I did not mention that. Through the chair, Mr. Castleberry, I did not mention the year we did that. We did that in 1989. Sheriff McFall was sheriff at that point in time. Part of the criteria is that you must be a validated, certificated individual as a peace officer. Sheriff McFall went through the training, got his peace officer's training to comply with that section of the law.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Other questions?
Thanks for coming down.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Please vote yes.
Other questions or comments?
I'd like, one more person would like to speak. I'd like to have my prosecutor and our prosecutor, Michael Malley, come up.
Thank you, Councilman Sweeney, County Council. Somebody once said, it's like deja vu all over again. And here we are. I think it was about 8 years ago, myself and the county public defender, Mark Stanton, came up here together and stood at this podium, and probably half of you were here at that point. And we just had a rash of tragedies at the county jail where I think 11 people lost their lives in the course of one calendar year. And immediately prior to that event, a decision was made by our county executive to bring in more prisoners, which was an idea that was adamantly opposed by the existing sheriff, who was, again, his appointee. And these numbers are staggering, but since 2020, we have lost 20 lives in the county jail. And why do I bring that up? You know, some are inevitable, no question. But others you have to wonder. And the thing that Mark Stanton and I talked about 8 years ago was bringing accountability to the position. Like I'm accountable, like you're accountable. And letting the most important position in county government, make no mistake, when you are responsible for the lives of 1,600 detainees, that makes your position the most important. And this is not about this current executive, because he wasn't here 8 years ago. It's not about Sheriff Pratel, who was not here 8 years ago. Mr. Stanton and I came here because even though we were on opposite sides of a courtroom, we understood how important it was to have the person that occupies the position of sheriff to freely have the ability to come to you and to speak the truth, to tell you what their needs are, to tell you about the policies they're enacting, to ask for you for things that they may not get any other way, to tell you when they need financial investments in the county jail because the damn parking garage is collapsing, to speak the truth and not to be muzzled. It's that simple. Every one of us who is elected are accountable. And because a couple people 20 years ago, on the last day that the charter group was meeting, flipped their votes on the last day to say, you know what, let's give the county an appointed sheriff. And I said it 8 years ago, I'm going to say it again now. I don't know how much more evidence is needed that it's not working. How many we had in the last 18 years? Did anybody know?
13 years.
13 years, 9, disgraceful. My guess is when this sheriff's term is up, he's gone. If I was a betting man, does anybody think he's sticking around for 4 more years? When the voters approved the charter, they were not given the option of, do you want to approve a charter and still have an elected sheriff? That wasn't their option. It's all or nothing. You have ample evidence that it's not working. If this was a criminal case, the jury would be out for about 5 minutes. I would just suggest this. Do what's right for those 1,500 people who are locked up at 1,200 Ontario. Do what's right for the people in the streets of the city of Cleveland who depend on a law enforcement agency that they can hold accountable. And I would just suggest to you, the next person that comes in my position ought not to have to come here in 8 more years and say, they told you so. The evidence is clear, and we cannot continue to go on with the most important office in this county not having any accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. I'm okay now? Can I
Yeah,
keep going?
Councilman.
Okay. I want to thank everybody for coming down. We're winding down to a decision. I'm confident we're going to get it out of the committee, and then we'll see what happens on August 4th. I want to thank the Women's League of Voters, the passionate voice. I want to thank the sheriffs for coming down. Especially want to thank my bishop and Mr. Render for coming down. For them to activate you, you know it's serious. All right? You guys came down with the mission to express what you believe in your heart. And this is now turning into politics, to be very blunt with everyone here. And the reason they want to punt to the charter review, that's just a normal play if you think it might not be going your way. And we have our county executive putting a lot of heat on our council members. We have our council president putting heat on some council members. I'm advocating as the sponsor for the reasons that I believe in my heart, and I have the slides up there to show it, and it all boils down to just asking the people, the 428,000 people that are going to vote November 6th, I think, or November 4th. Do you want an elected sheriff or not? They could say yes. They could say no. And whatever decisions they make, it's going to be the law of the land. I'm quite confident, I won't say if it's going to pass or not, but giving them the decision is the ultimate respect we should have. And I wish I had the respect of my executive and my council president to just share the facts and have that debate instead of trying to put the muscle of the office of the president and the executive, which they have. That's a powerful spot. And we're going to call the roll in the August 4th, and we'll see what happens. And I'm hopeful that this council will give the opportunity to the people of Cuyahoga County. And I love saying 4,200 or 428,000 people are asking. This is a topic that's out there. And the people are excited about having the opportunity. And the people I talk to want an elected sheriff. And they're excited about something. They're going to be excited about voting for other things. It's not a distraction. I believe it's a help. Getting people out that are excited to vote. And if it's something good, they want to keep that momentum going. So, and Mr. President, I just have some disappointment with allowing the executive to have anywhere between 20 minutes to a half hour of conversation. I wrote my notes, but out of deference and respect to you and this body, I relinquished. So I'll keep these notes in front of me, make them a little bit better. And I just ask my colleagues, for the presentation and the reasons stated, please consider giving the 428,000. We have 800,000 people registered, but 428 will vote out of the 1.2 million people we have. So 428,000 people, give them the opportunity to say yes or no to a sheriff. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to my colleagues for listening to me.
Okay, other questions or comments? Councilman Gallagher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this point, this is not being rushed. We've already talked about this ad nauseum. We had committee meetings about this. When we first took office, the sheriff that was put in there didn't last, got fired by the first executive pretty quickly. We got off on the wrong foot, and that was a personality conflict. Personality conflict. Got rid of a sheriff. A personality conflict, because the executive at that time had the power to do that. Well, now we changed it pretty quickly because we couldn't believe what we were seeing, because we didn't see anything but personality. So we got off on the wrong foot. As the prosecutor said, I don't know how much more we need. The charter committee that put the charter forward, and if you hear some people argue, well, they voted for it, why change it? We've changed it 14 times. If it was so perfect, why did we go to the voters 15 times and they voted to change it 14 times? Kind of an interesting question. How did we get there? One of the people that the executive talked to, I talked to, and told me the skinny behind the scenes on how the sheriff was appointed. And it was a political maneuver by an elected official that didn't want to lose his job, by putting a poison pill in there that the committee bid on, because they were about ready to fold the tent on this. They were about ready to fold the tent, and they worked hard. You wouldn't know it. I mean, there's no record of their meetings. There's nothing. It was just a citizens group. And it's interesting, none of them were here today. Very interesting. And I couldn't tell you, and I don't know if anybody in the room could tell you, who made up that group. Who made these decisions to put one single choice on the ballot for the people? So now we know politics got involved. And maybe it was a knee-jerk reaction, but did we have a knee-jerk reaction when Judge Celebrezzi went to jail? Domestic relations court change? No, we moved on. Did the general division change when Judge Kilcoyne went to prison and died there? No, general division moved on. The Cleveland Muni change when Judge Catalinas was popped? Nope, moved on. Bedford Muni, Judge Jacobs. Messing around with prostitutes, not good, but they moved on. And I hesitate, there's many more options, there's many more, but what I'm really getting at, like Judge Mason damn near beheaded his wife. General Division moved on. These are all people, these are all human beings that made errors, huge errors, disgusting errors. But there are 33 other judges over there that didn't. Granted, we had one sheriff for a very long period of time who was, by all means, a decent sheriff, but he made human errors and was removed. His position was removed from being elected because of politics. And none of those people, and I heard there was over 30 people on that initial charter committee. Where are they? Where are they? There was only one guy that would show up, insisting that it was the right thing to do. But now that we know the backstory, they don't show up. Talk about unaccountability. Poof, gone. So, I mean, we can continue on the crazy train. Sheriff Patel, when your time is up, you're gone, and you know it. We all know it. Everybody in this room, if you don't know it, that's what's going to happen. And who comes in? I don't know. Will they last? Well, we hit 10. 20's not far behind. Insanity, you try and help people that are insane. This is insane. And quite honestly, the wash should go on us. Straight on to us. Not the sheriff, not the executive, the council. We're allowing it. We're allowing it. The judges took care of their business. We're taking care of ours. And I hope we do the right thing. And there are no guarantees in life other than we will have Sheriff number 10 when this gentleman's time is up. And quite honestly, this has nothing to do with that. We're just, many of us who deal with this, who knock on doors and talk to the public, know exactly what's on the street. If this went to the ballot, like my one colleague told me when they voted against putting it on the ballot 7, 8, whatever, 9 years ago, so why wouldn't you vote for that, for the people to make a choice? And the quick answer was, because it'll pass. So then it takes us to the next question. Why do these executives, not just this executive, our previous executives, hung on to this appointed sheriff, moving them in and moving them out over a period of time? Why? I'm gonna break a little news to you. We have an issue with overtime with the sheriff, as many sheriffs have overtime problems. And when we passed the budget, I didn't vote for it because we weren't giving the sheriff the overtime he needed. My prediction, and I'm a predictor, and this is going to be the first one I got wrong. In 16 years, I predicted about $9 million over on overtime. Well, I've just been informed they're going to be coming in November, like I predicted they'd come in November. Not for $9 million, not for $9 million. $21 million. Yes, oh my Lord, thank you, sir. Now, much of that had to do with raises and things like that. When you remove the raises and all that, it still comes in over $18 million. And we're all sitting here, I just heard a discussion about crisis and how we can't handcuff ourselves because a crisis might happen. We've been in a crisis for 16 years. And we've handcuffed ourselves with some idealistic reality that isn't real, that the appointed sheriff works. And it's not a criticism of the sheriffs we had. They were all good people. It's the process they were dropped into. And the process needs to go back to the people. We just said no to the people on one, and I understand that. It is what it is. But this was elected in 87 out of 88 counties. Anybody want to say that we do anything better than anybody else in this state, county-wise? Because we're going to the ballot early on developmental disabilities. We're going to the ballot early on HHS. But we're not going to go to ballot with the sheriff? So if you're willing to keep spending $9 to $18 million every November, which I consider a crisis, that rose to the level of me not voting for a budget the first time in 27 elected years. It wasn't because I didn't get what I wanted. It was because we're mishandling this. And we need to round the troops, round the wagons, and get this thing correct. And I want to do a budget where the sheriff comes in, we give him his budget, and he doesn't come back in November. Never happened previous to this form of government, but it is now. And I'll hear criticism from people, oh, you did this, you did that. I did the numbers. I don't want to hire 40 more deputies, but your overtime literally goes away with saving $1 million. I submitted that, and I haven't heard anything but crickets. So if we're going to fix it, let's fix it. If we're going to put up with it, I'll see you back here in a year, next November, elected or not elected. I promise I'll come back. And guess what I'll see? Another $9 to $18 million in overtime that wasn't properly budgeted at the beginning. And then you have to ask, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Maybe somebody likes playing with $9 or $18 million for 11 months. I don't know. But we sure as damn pay it because we have an obligation. So if we're going to fix it, let's get somebody in here that can fix it. I can't. As the gentleman said, I didn't go to sheriff school. I didn't go to police school. When I was on city council, if there was a question about fire or police, we had a fire chief and a police chief. They answered the questions. I had to follow their lead. In this situation, if we have an expert, I follow them. And they've been wrong a number of times, but at least I was consistent. Let's get back to consistency. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Other questions or comments? Councilwoman Simon, followed by Council President.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I need to unpack a lot. This was a lot from colleague Gallagher in particular. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to unpack that all here, and I probably won't, but I just want to say a few things.
You can call me later and yell
I'll
at
call
me.
you later.
Make it a team.
First of all, clarification on charter review. When is that meeting? Next year, in 27? Can I have a
Mr. Chairman.
definitive?
I believe it's in the fall, 27?
Mr. Chairman, the Charter Review Commission has to be appointed in September of 2027. And then they will have 9 months, and by June 30th of 2028, they have to make a report to council on what they're recommending.
And then on the ballot,
And then that gives us just enough time to take their recommendations and the ones we wish to put on the ballot, we could put on the ballot in November of 2028.
okay. And the term of the sheriff is up when? 28? 28. Okay. Thank you. Councilman Gallagher's gone. I just want to state, I don't think it's relevant what happened in the room when the charter founders met. We'll never know. We're never going to know that. I hear a lot, and especially being a founding member of this government, we look very closely at what was handed to us by the voters and how we got there and how we were going to configure the new government along those lines. And we've never had clarification necessarily of how that charter came to us in the form from that ballot. I want to say that the social contract of the people voted on this charter, and we have a charter voted on by the people. Should that change? Perhaps. We've got a compelling argument that it might be prudent to do that. I want to say in response to those who say, well, there were corruption in the court, there's corruption here and there, they didn't undo the whole system. But you know what? There were 3 commissioners sitting here in seats running the whole county. That system got eradicated as well. So the commissioner form of government was thrown out. So this is not unique to the sheriff not being elected. It's the whole system. And that's what the voters were in the mood for at the time. That was how vast and deep that corruption scandal went. In terms of the League of Women Voters, they were at our side every meeting, each time, observing us, reprimanding us, giving us ideas, and patting us on the back. We had such scrutiny by the media, Laura Johnston. Every comment we made, every move we made was under a microscope. Our ethics policy is the strongest in the state, and I give credit to those who were watching. So I certainly need to take all of that into consideration when it comes time to making such a drastic change to this charter and what it means and to the future of this county, to accountability. So today, I'm not ready to make that final vote, but we're here today to talk about a committee, moving something out of a committee. We need a comprehensive ethics policy that's going to follow, as Linda Mayer said. So if anything passes for an elected sheriff, I agree. There needs to be time to put something together for that. And maybe that would be the role of a charter review commission, to embrace all of these issues into something fully thought out and not just let's make this elected. I can't ignore the past, but I can look to the future and maybe make something better in a more comprehensive way.
Council President.
Mr. Chairman, my colleagues, selection of sheriff by appointment offers greater opportunity for diversity, checks and balance, and consistent public safety policy. We should not throw it overboard just because we haven't worked out all the challenges yet. Regarding diversity, elected sheriffs are 91% white and 98% male. We've already elected 2 African American and 1 Latino. The last 5 elected sheriffs in Cuyahoga County were McFall, Krieger, McGettrick, Sweeney, and O'Donnell. Not diverse at all. Election as sheriff in Cuyahoga County requires a good political name plus campaign money, but that doesn't promote either quality or favor diversity. Elected sheriffs often trample on people's rights. Joe Arpaio was elected sheriff in Arizona in 2012 and went on a rampage of racial profiling, illegal detention, and deplorable jail conditions. Closer to home, the sheriff in Ashtabula County has litigation over civil rights violations, and the sheriff in Geauga County made a secret contract to handle ICE prisoners. Appointed sheriffs can do the same things. But the problem is elected sheriffs have almost no guardrails. There's no accountability until the next election. And if they're politically entrenched, as it was in the Arizona case, it was 24 long years before Sheriff Arpaio was voted out in Arizona. Under our appointed system, we have opportunities for oversight and management. Take the revision of our pursuit policy. Yes, Sheriff Patel helped draft the new policy, but we at council initiated the process. We all expressed concerns, and Councilwoman Simon was our leader. She worked numerous hours and created a better document. Council did excellent oversight. We can't give that up. Everybody wants to be independent, but our country's founders recognized that human nature is imperfect and requires checks and balances. Let's not throw those out. Our country is sadly going backwards on diversity and protecting people's rights, especially for minorities. Councilman Jones has been our leader, insisting that we keep making progress on diversity in contracting, and we in council support him. But this amendment of our own free choice would take us backward on diversity and make us vulnerable to having our rights abused with little recourse. We must stand firm and say we're not going back. Our charter boldly created the opportunity, not yet realized, for a unified public safety policy flowing through the executive and council in cooperation with the sheriff. Our conflicts with the prosecutor's office are an indicator. If the sheriff becomes a separate office, we will likely march in conflicting directions on public safety. Our current systems need to work better, but let's not cut and run and start dismantling the charter. Please don't neglect your responsibility by saying, I'm just voting to put it on the ballot. The charter amendment process requires 8 of 11 of us to carefully decide that this is right for Cuyahoga County as the first step. This amendment is not right for Cuyahoga County. It's backwards on diversity. People's rights could be trampled on for years with little or no recourse. We give up council oversight. We get conflicting policies on public safety. We weaken the charter. It's not good for Cuyahoga County. Please vote no.
Thank you, Council President. Other comments? Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Chair. I've struggled with this. When I came into office, as Councilwoman Simon said, in 2011, on the heels of a corruption scandal, this new government is all I have known, a row of managers under our county executive. But we came into this government out of a corruption scandal. I mean, it's easy 15 years to romanticize the past, but under McFall, there were charges of pay to play, paying to get better positions and all these things, and he was convicted of abusing his position. He was convicted of mail fraud, conspiracy, all of these things that happened. And that was 15 years ago. But who voted him out? No, he was always voted back in. He got every plain deal endorsement. Who held him accountable? And so I came in saying, this is the new government. And again, I was not there when the architects designed it, whether it was last minute, first minute, whatever it was, that's what they gave us, an appointed sheriff. But we also recognized that there were weaknesses in what we were given. The row of managers went from being independent individuals, elected officials. There was much duplication in what they were doing. So under an elected county executive, much of the duplication went away. There was a greater efficiency, but there was a lack of independence because they now worked for the executive. And maybe that was great in the HR department, but it was a problem in the sheriff's department when I think it was said there were 20 deaths not under this executive, but under the previous. There were challenges in that dynamic. But as we went along, this body, myself included, and all of us that were here, we worked to try to correct it. We made charter amendments. We made other adjustments, things that gave a greater level of independence to that sheriff in the framework that we were given. Okay? And I've worked to do that. I've been a part of doing that, proud of the things that we've done to try to create a space for the county, for the sheriff to operate effectively in the government that we were given. Now, in these recent days and months, I've looked at it and I've said, wow, we still need changes. It's not perfect. It's not perfect. And it has made me look at the elected option. And I said I've struggled, but as I look at it now, I am at a place where I don't see changing. I see us still maintaining where we are with an appointed sheriff. It's the struggle, and I'm only coming to this decision very recently. But the appointed sheriff, when we look at it when I look at it from a bigger picture, coming out of, again, corruption, have we returned back to corruption? Answer is no. We haven't. Are we still disputing over hirings and HR and we have litigation going on between our officials? But again, is it back to the level of corruption? No, it's not. We have created a better culture. We've created one of accountability. I was trying to make this new one perfect, and I failed at it. I don't think we have made it perfect, but I don't know that is now the objective, to try to create a perfect government, because neither one is. But it's the one that we have now, and it's the one that I see now is still superior to what we had before. And maybe that's just for our community. It may be different in 87 other counties, but where we've come out of, this works for us in my estimation. And for that, I've come to the decision that I will continue to support an appointed elected official as an appointed sheriff.
Councilman Castleberry.
Mr. Chairman Schlepper, thank you. I appreciate that opportunity. And I want to start out by saying I agree, and I want to echo some of Ms. Simon's comments, which she so eloquently stated about, this would be a major change to our charter, but we're just having a discussion. We're talking about moving it to the full council right now. And you can see we had so many people here with our sheriffs, the League of Women Voters, prosecutor, county executive, everyone with a spirited discussion, making excellent points on both sides. And you can tell. So right now, what I agree, we're just looking at continuing this discussion, putting it to the full council. It's a discussion I'm willing to have. So I just want to say, that's my stance right now. I want to continue this, and I do appreciate everybody's input and what they had to say today in the respectful manner in which they delivered it and disagreed on these points. Thank you.
Councilman Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to wrap this up. I just want to thank Councilman Jones for just being straight up. I know you've been lobbied and back and forth, and we've talked about it, and I appreciate your position, and I commend you for sharing it with me today.
And I know we're just moving it forward. I could have easily voted to move it forward and then cast my decision at that later time, but I felt strongly about this, so I wanted it to be clear where I stand right now.
And I appreciate it. I'm just thanking you. And to my council president, any chance you could share your prepared comments with me? Because I don't know how many people you disrespected when you read that.
I would be happy to do so.
Can you pass it down?
Oh, not right now. I'll send it to you.
You can just send it down here, because I want to go over each line, because I didn't get it all. But for you, the diversity, because you listed the last 5 sheriffs. Thanks, Dale. You listed the last 5 sheriffs, and that was how many years ago? At least 13, and then 25, and then 40. And disrespecting how's our Democratic Party doing with diversity right now? In regards to getting people elected, they're going off the charts. So you're saying that our Democratic Party, which is the party that has the most folks here. Can you talk about that briefly? Because diversity was a big issue for us.
I think my statement expressed my feelings about this issue very accurately, and I'm just going to stand by my statement. Thank you.
That's a good exit strategy. Diversity, protecting people's right, boldly created, unified, going backwards. You said something about all the sheriffs. Elected sheriffs and we appointed 2 sheriffs. We need diversity. County, it's a good political name. Yeah, and elected sheriffs often trample on people's rights. That's the one that got me. There are so many elected sheriffs in this office that came and shared how important it is to be elected, and you randomly chose to select a few bad ones to taint elected sheriffs. And the word often is the one that I have trouble with. And with Sheriff Patel drafting the new policy, I give credit to my colleague, Sonny Simon, and Councilwoman Sonny Simon, Madam Chairwoman, and the members that actively participated, and that's a reward. But our oversight, are we going to take credit for all the things that have gone wrong because it's our oversight that is lacking over time? So you took a long time to prepare this, Dale. You really did. And the first time you came out with the people don't take the time to understand what the ballots are, and it's really not working because it's been 13 years, and let's give it another 13 years. So you went home and you wrote this up, which I appreciate, like you normally do, and it's just somewhat hollow. And everybody's simply putting it on the ballot is, you said that it's a 2-step process. And we're not simply putting it on the ballot. We're doing our due diligence. We're actually, you insulted us because you're saying that we're not doing our job. We're just putting it on the ballot. Each one of us is really, really, really digging deep into our souls to make this decision. And for you to say, oh, we're nilly-willy, let's just throw it on the ballot to let the folks decide. So I took that one as a shot to us.
So,
I think you're going to stand by your words. Are you? Are you conflicting now? Okay.
number one, there's nothing hollow about diversity and protecting people's rights and accountability. And the comment about don't say I'm just voting to put it on the ballot. That's in response to your previous presentation where you've been telling people, all we want to do is give the voters a choice. Well, there's more to it than that. We have to decide whether this is right for Cuyahoga County, and if we think it's right for Cuyahoga County, then we put it on the ballot.
Thank you. And your impression of my voice needs a little bit of rehearsal.
I was not intending, you're reading way too much. I was not intending to make any impression. Thank you.
Thank you. We are really just putting it on the ballot after all the due diligence that we've been having for at least 6 weeks. And then from a prior charter review that said, put it on the ballot, that was ignored. So this has been talked about for a while, and it's in the sphere of people that are who we represent. I'm a person that goes out and says, hey, do you know who we are? Do you know who your elected council person is? Now my new stick is, hey, do you want to elect a sheriff? Elected sheriff, appointed sheriff. And people have an opinion. And that's all I'm trying to do is give the opportunity for the folks to have the opportunity to cast their vote, to make the decision if they want an elected sheriff after an incredible amount of due diligence has been done by this body. And I commend my colleagues for putting the work. And this decision is going to be made next Thursday. And the politics will get hot and get heated, and we'll see where it ends up. I think the council president wants to say something else.
Mr. Chairman,
Council President.
may I ask Trevor Mackler to come forward for a question? My colleague, Councilman Sweeney, has said twice now, once today and once at a previous meeting, that a previous charter commission recommended the election of the sheriff. My question is whether any of the 3 charter commissions that we've had made a recommendation to council that we put a charter amendment on the ballot to elect the sheriff.
Trevor Mackler, County Council staff, Council President. I have to go look back at my notes, and we've only had 2 charter review commissions so far, one in 2012 and one in 2017. I believe they discussed the elect the sheriff and what to do with the sheriff in terms of any proposed charter amendments. I do not believe they recommended to elect the sheriff, but I need to confirm that.
That would also be consistent with the email that you sent me on that topic.
Okay.
I like your smirk. You're going good now. I'm just going with my presentation and the information I received. I may have misinterpreted it, but one said all the recommendations, and there was another something about the sheriff from the next Charter Review Commission that didn't deal with the, what was that came out?
There was discussion at the Charter Review Commission, I have to go to my notes, but about creating terms similar to what ended up resulting in the 2019 Charter Amendment around the sheriff. But I do not believe, to Council President's point about that they recommended to elect a sheriff. I think they had that discussion and ultimately recommended the terms structure. Then separately after that Charter Review Commission in 2017, that's when Council put the 2019 issue on the ballot.
Thank you. I stand corrected, and congratulations on your gotcha moment for me. It doesn't change anything for my presentation. And let me strike from the record, as you make your decision, that the charter amendment, the Charter Review Commission made a direct recommendation to this council. I was under the impression it was. After hearing your testimony, I want it stricken from the record. Thank you.
Councilman Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm a co-sponsor on this legislation. When Sheriff Prettle was being considered for sheriff, he met with all of us to introduce himself. And when we sat in my office, I asked him if we went to an elected sheriff, which I think this county should have. I don't think Cuyahoga County is special. I don't see why 87 counties have an elected sheriff and we don't. But he said to me, yes, I would run for that position. If he gets the position that he's in now, he would run for the elected position. I think he probably would have anyhow. So I believe in my first year, this is only my 4th year on council, I had a legislation to try to give the sheriff a little bit more independence. And I believe it was worded to put him up to the level of the Inspector General. And my colleagues felt that that wasn't important and voted it down. But I believe that our sheriff should be elected in Cuyahoga County, or at least have more independence than he has now. Thank you.
Gallagher?
Just a little inside baseball. The Charter Commission is appointed by the executive, confirmed by the council, so that cake's baked. One thing I'll say, and I'm going to say it to my colleagues in the executive, stop with the race baiting. Just stop it. We've dealt with this before amongst ourselves. It's unacceptable. You know, we've had three executives, 100% white males. You going to resign and give it to a black female? No, because you got elected. Mr. Miller, you've been in office for I don't know how many years. White male. You know, this is going far abreast from where we should be. And I'm very disappointed that we're throwing these things out. And it's very easy for me to say, I'm the only Republican up here. Maybe they don't think I'm a good Republican, but I'm the only Republican up here. But it isn't my party electing sheriffs in this town. It isn't my party electing judges. It isn't my party electing prosecutors. So, Mr. Miller, are you saying your party has a problem with diversity? Is that what we're hearing? Is that where we're going to go? Do you really want to talk about that? How about the person that's on the ballot, the best person is chosen by the electorate? I went through this before when I tried to get the sheriff elected, and I kept hearing from my colleagues, we'll never have a black sheriff. And who showed up? Unbeknownst to me, a rural sheriff from Northwest Ohio, an African-American man, 6'5", 235 pounds, with a cowboy hat, cowboy boots, and a big belt buckle in a white county. So are we so undiverse that we can't see beyond race? Enough. Enough of this. This is why it exists. You keep throwing it out there unnecessarily. And it should offend everybody in this room, every voter in this county. Cut it out.
Other comments?
Yep, so I wasn't going to say anything. I will, though, and respectfully to my colleague, and I think very highly of all my colleagues. I think race is important. I've talked with Bishop Ward in our African-American community, and I think the worry is, for example, we can use the downtown patrol, which I was supportive with Councilwoman Simon. If we don't have an appointed sheriff, then an elected sheriff has no guardrails, and it disproportionately affects the African-American community. You can take it however you want, and I'm speaking as an African-American male. And so with an appointed sheriff, because I think bigger than Chris Ronay and Sheriff Patel, who I think very highly of as well, and I've told the sheriff, even to put this on the ballot does not guarantee that Sheriff Patel will be our sheriff. So if you can guarantee he's going to be our sheriff, then, you know, no question, right? But I think we open up bigger issues. And so 20 years from now, 30 years from now, my son's son. And so I think this is an extremely important conversation. I respect everyone who came down, drove from North Carolina, the works, but race is extremely important when it comes to this conversation. How the sheriffs look, how they interact with our residents, all of it truly does matter. And so I have not, determined where I'm going to vote at, but I think to downgrade race and what it means to our county is disingenuous. And I think to Councilwoman Simon's point, Cuyahoga County is unique. We are special. We are. We are special. Believe it or not, we are. And so, do I think every hit has been a home run? No. But do I think it has determined us to completely change course. I'm not sure if I'm completely there yet either. Thank you.
Councilwoman Turner.
Thank you. Whew. There's been a lot going on here today. And at times, I'm quite disgusted by our behavior and how we're talking to one another. And I thought Cuyahoga County was different than Washington or Columbus. But it seems like we're picking up some bad habits. I also wasn't going to speak. I have made up my mind 1,000 times on this issue and changed it again. And you know, I had to step outside myself. I've listened to the testimony today. I haven't solely relied on what I've heard in this chamber. I've spoken with the leaders in my community because I kept hearing others talk about the people and who elected us. Well, I spoke to those people. And with my mayors, with my police chiefs, with former sheriffs on this body, the charter writers, I tried to speak to everybody to get a holistic understanding of the decision that is before me. And these are the people that elected me to exercise my judgment. Those conversations were thoughtful, they were candid. We discussed oversight, we discussed fiscal responsibility, public safety, race. It matters. We discussed qualifications, accountability, and the balance between independence and effective governance. Is what we have now perfect? No. If we get an elected sheriff, that won't be perfect either. One of the things that I heard repeated was the importance of maintaining meaningful oversight. I support law enforcement. I support the sheriff. I absolutely do support the sheriff. I support his commitment to Cuyahoga County. I support and care deeply about the men and women of the Sheriff's Department. Congratulations, Warden Shimo. Black female, promoted, thank you. I care deeply about those in our custody and in our care. And my vote should not be interpreted as anything less. So for me, it's not about the person, it's about the office and it's about our charter. I'm excited about hearing more of this discussion. I don't know where this vote is gonna go today, but I just want us to take a moment and breathe and stop disrespecting each other as we debate the county's business. It's not a good look. And I've been trying to be objective and not feel, but I can't ignore the financial realities that are before us. We're preparing to ask difficult things of our employees. We're discussing the possibility of an early Health and Human Services levy. We're asking them to pay more for parking. We are being confronted with difficult choices about resources and services for our residents, but we want to talk about an elected sheriff. No disrespect, sir. Given these realities, a comprehensive charter review does sound good in 2027. I don't know where we go from here because if these are our priorities, maybe none of us should be reelected. I appreciate the thoughtful debate by all of my colleagues and respect those who disagree. But we got to do better. I'll stop there.
Other comments?
Just a question, Mr. Chair, to Mr. President. If we vote no on this amendment, Will we still have the ability to send it to the charter review?
Absolutely. The Charter Review Commission, usually one of the first things they do is they conduct a listening tour. And anybody who wants, they particularly pay attention to elected leaders and other appointed leaders, but to the general public as well. Anybody who wants can come in and present to them. And they can present a specific amendment, or they can say, I think this is a problem, you should find a solution to it, or anything in between, but absolutely they can.
Other questions or comments?
I'd like to make a motion to move 2026-0169 to the full council.
Second. All right, this will be a roll call, so Madam Clerk, if you could call the roll.
Calling the roll on resolution number 2026-0169 to the full council. Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Mr. Sweeney?
Yes.
Mr. Castleberry?
Yes.
Mr. Gallagher? Mr. Schlepper?
Yes.
Ms. Conwell?
No.
Mr. Jones?
No.
Ms. Turner?
No.
Mr. Hauser?
I have really struggled with this. I go, Sonny, I won't let them call you first. I go, and then let you go. I'm, we just have so much we need to focus on. I'm gonna vote, I'm sorry, colleagues. This has really been a struggle for me. I'm gonna vote. I'm gonna vote yes to send it out of committee.
Ms. Simon?
Yes, to vote it out of committee.
Council President Miller?
No.
Motion carries.
At this time, I'm going to call for a 10-minute break. It is 3:50. I think everybody could use a few moments to stretch their legs. So we will reconvene to continue this at 4 o'clock sharp. 2-minute warning, and we'll get started. Okay. We're going to call back to order the Committee of the Whole so we can continue our discussion on these charter amendments and some of the other pieces. All right. Get myself together here. All right. Madam Clerk, if you would read item 170 into the record so we can get started.
Resolution number 2026-0170, providing for the submission to the electors of the County of Cuyahoga an amendment to Article 2, Section 2.03, and Article 6, Section 6.04 of the County Charter.
The sponsor would like to speak to this item.
Got distracted. Thank you, everybody. This particular resolution addresses council's ability to weigh in when an appointment's made with council approval is subject to removal, and council would simply have the ability to weigh in on that. And I think it's really important that we be able to balance our appointments with this section and ask for support. I think this is a fix of the charter. It's minor, it's a tweak. I don't think this needs to go to the Charter Review Commission. It's not a grandiose change to the charter, but I view it as a fix and be able to continue our oversight and check and balance.
All right, very good. Do we have any questions about this particular amendment? Okay. To the sponsor, any other final comments before we move it forward that seems short and sweet?
That's it. We've talked about it. I
Okay.
ask for your support.
All right, very good. Thank you. All right.
Oh, wait, there's a question. If I can.
Please.
Through the chair to the councilwoman, I was just clarifying, is this every county board or is this particular county board?
Okay, these boards are not the directors. It's not the executive cabinet, first of all. And secondly, they're boards and commissions to which council approves. So it's only those boards and commissions that council weighs in on. And by the way, I said this last time, everybody thought that we already had that ability to weigh in for removal. But when we reviewed that charter, it was gray at best. So this really clarifies, I think, what the intention was or should be from a council oversight body.
Thank you. Other comments or questions from my colleagues? All right. I will make a motion to refer this item to the full council agenda for consideration for second reading. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, and we need a roll call for this item.
Calling the roll for resolution number 2026-0170 to the full council for second reading. Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Mr. Sweeney?
Yes.
Mr. Castleberry?
Yes.
Mr. Gallagher? Mr. Schlepper?
Yes.
Ms. Conwell? Yes. Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Excuse me, Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Hauser?
Yes.
Ms. Simon?
Yes.
Council President Miller?
Brief comment before casting my vote. For consistency, I think because it's not urgent and because it's new, I think it's the kind of thing that normally would go to the Charter Review Commission. But it's a reasonable amendment, and I'm going to support my colleagues. Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. Thank you very much. All right, Madam Clerk, if you will read the next item, 181, into the record, please.
Resolution number 2026-0181, providing for the submission to the electors of the County of Cuyahoga an amendment to Article 16 of the county charter.
Is there someone to speak to this item today?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Eric Janis, Chief of Staff. I believe the county executive spoke to this in his opening remarks. I don't have anything additional to add and would be happy to answer any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Any questions or comments from my colleagues? Councilman Sweeney.
Thank you. I appreciate the Chief of Staff making those statements, and he did say the county executive stated what he wanted to state, and he's not here right now to answer any questions.
Other comments or questions?
Is he here? Is he here to answer questions?
Councilman Kelly.
Yes, come on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The way this is written, I cannot support it. Thank you.
Councilman Jones, followed by Council President.
So again, on this resolution, I will be voting no. Again, in continuation of my comments, we want to create a dynamic between our executive and our sheriff, where create the best balance. Let's put it that way: the best balance, one with the appropriate level of independence. I see this as going against the spirit of what we have built to this point of creating a skewed elected county executive and the point of appointment of the sheriff, just creating a level of independence that we built. This does not support what we've done over the years. So again, I would just be voting on this one.
Very good. Thank you. Councilman Miller.
The executive's comments suggested referring both of the sheriff amendments to the Charter Review Commission, and I think we don't even need to vote on it. I think it would be appropriate if no one offers a motion that we could just hold it in committee.
Sweeney.
Thank you. And Mr. Executive, thanks for coming back. I appreciate it. When you brought this up, you mentioned that there was no change to the system. Can you tell me that again so I can understand it?
Through the chair to Councilman Sweeney, just ask you to give me a little more context as I answer that question.
Okay, the context is you stood up there and you said, Councilman Sweeney, it doesn't take any of your authority away, this legislation. And I believe it does. So tell me what your thoughts are in regards to, through the chair.
Yeah, through the chair to Councilman Sweeney, just still trying to get some more context from you about, can you, what is it that you're saying is, and it doesn't, give me more.
Let me try again. Through the chair to my colleagues, you made a statement that says, Council, this doesn't change anything. Do you remember saying
You're
that?
talking, okay, and that is with reference to R20260181, the suspend, discipline, remove.
No, that's what,
Yeah, no,
just read it into the record. And
Yeah, I just wanted, but on those words, in previous comments, the context of that was that the motion is not to take away council's purview over the matters of suspend, discipline, remove, particularly underline the remove powers, in contrast to an either or. The ultimate, I think, deliberation on the administration's part was an effort to try to bring forth management controls is why this is here, but the effort was not to take away council's controls. In fact, it was just to simply add back in the county executive to it, if that helps.
Thank you. Let me just continue a little bit through the chair if I can. I think it just takes all of it away. The people of Cuyahoga County voted that it takes 8 people from this council to remove a sheriff, stopping the executive to have that authority. So your piece of legislation through the chair restores the ability for the executive to terminate. Would that be accurate?
The spirit of this, through chair to Councilman, was what it is. It's to authorize where needed, when needed, as with other row officers, the suspension, discipline, removal. Fortunately, I've not had to address that as much, but as has been said kind of across the body, we're not just thinking about the current arrangement of this executive or this council or this sheriff. This is a structural matter that relates to the future of those in our seats. I'll leave it at that.
Absolutely to the future. And the people of Cuyahoga County gave specifically the responsibility to terminate to this council. And this piece of legislation is directly opposite of what the people stated.
And through chair to the councilman, it's complementary. It's not mutually exclusive. But I will say to the councilman, as the council president just spoke, and as I spoke at the mic earlier, the volume of decisions, deliberations needed as it relates to the sheriff's department has led me to an ultimate conclusion that taking the time we need with all the matters, all those things you just deliberated importantly for the last hour, should and could go to next year's charter review, including this one.
Thank you, but you're not answering my question. Do you believe, and it's going to, and I have a statement at the very end. So you're saying to me and my colleagues today that you believe that adding this language doesn't take away from the decision the people made to give the council the authority to remove?
Again, through the chair to the council, I've said before, I'll say it again, it's complimentary. But this being said, Councilman, what I've also stated today is that I acknowledge the complexity of these matters, and I think it's been acknowledged by your colleagues, that there's a logical path for discourse, and that is next year's charter review.
So you're going to withdraw this? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Chair to council, I think Council President's path is an acceptable one for me.
What's your path, Mr. President?
It was just that if nobody offers a motion, we can just hold it in committee.
And thank you. And holding it in committee doesn't withdraw it, that just prolongs it. So what are you saying here?
Through chair to the council, what I said is what I said, which is, I think the path that was offered at the outset of this conversation with the council president is an acceptable path for me.
Just to move it for 2 more weeks, and then what happens? It sounds like you want to withdraw it, but you don't want to because you don't want to. But I don't want to think for you, I'm sorry.
Chair, through the chair to the council president, I said at the outset where my highest priorities lie, and it is the HHS levy.
Mine too.
And I would say, sorry to reiterate, but the law department matter is important in front of us. So I kind of rest on those things.
Thank you. Way to avoid the question. And it all boils down to your relationship with the sheriff. It's all nicey nice and nice, but there's a tremendous amount of stress. And if you're going to be honest, your ability to have a relationship with the sheriff over the course of a year, it's been very strained. And there were some discussions about decisions being made about him. Never brought to council. So standing here before us through the chair to say everything's hunky-dory, we're going to go lunch again and everything's working, I think is somewhat disingenuous. So I made my thoughts on the withdrawal. I'll just wait to see what happens. And I thank you for the opportunity to let me comment on this piece of legislation.
Councilman Kelly.
Mr. Chairman, so again, as I mentioned earlier, the first time this was brought up, I asked a direct question. If for some reason a county executive wants to remove the sheriff without council being involved, the answer was yes. And again, as this is written, wouldn't be able to support that.
Councilman Hauser.
And to that point, I agree with Councilman Kelly, and as written, I would not be able to support this as well.
Councilwoman Simon.
I'm not supportive of this resolution, but I'm also confused why we would keep it in committee. I think after hearing from colleagues, I think we should make a motion to up or down this piece of legislation. There's no point hanging it around.
Was that a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, if you'll put this to a roll call then.
Calling the roll on resolution number 2026-0181 to the full council for second reading. Mr. Kelly?
No.
Mr. Sweeney?
No.
Mr. Castleberry?
No.
Mr. Gallagher? Mr. Schlepper?
No.
Ms. Conwell? Mr. Jones?
No.
Ms. Turner?
No.
Mr. Hauser?
No.
Ms. Simon?
No.
Council President Miller?
No.
Motion fails.
And Council President, Chair, just want to say, I appreciate the deliberation, understand the action by this council, and look forward to further discussion outside this meeting sometime next year, I guess. Thanks.
Thank you. That takes us down to item number 182. Madam Clerk, if you'll read that into the record.
Resolution number 2026-0182, providing for the submission to the electors of the County of Cuyahoga an amendment to sections 4.01 and 5.06 of the county charter.
Someone to speak to this issue? Welcome, Mr. Manilow.
And then, okay. And back, got it. All right. Good afternoon, Rick Manilow, Law Director. To the Chair and Council, thank you for the opportunity to make a brief presentation relating to the proposed charter amendment pertaining to the provision of legal services to Cuyahoga County government. My presentation will simply provide important background and context for this amendment, which has not been provided to date, but which I believe to be important to understand how we got to where we are and why what we are doing is worthy of solidifying in the charter. As part of the presentation, I will highlight the law department, which is central to this whole discussion. So I want to give you, as the law director, an overview of who we are and what we do. And I'll conclude by giving council a status report, at least from my humble perspective as the law director, and as part of a team to where discussions are with the prosecutor and the prosecutor's office on this particular matter. And then I will invite questions and input at the end. All right. I'll go through these slides quickly, but I want you to have the handouts, which I think have been distributed for future reference purposes. So where we began was when the charter was enacted. There were two sentences, basically, in the charter that covered the entire field and have covered the entire field for 16 and more years. They are shown there under background, and then shortly thereafter. Under its charter authority, Council created the Law Department. It is now Section 202.05 of the codified ordinances. Again, there for your reference later. But that said, even though the Law Department was created and there were a lot of specifics contained in that ordinance creating the Law Department, issues and questions remained as we tried to give life basically to two sentences in the context of a massive public organization. So in 2013, over the back of Charter Review Commission's recommendations that were ultimately not followed, Council introduced a charter amendment, which, among other things, as shown on this slide and as highlighted, the law director would handle civil litigation. The law director would employ outside counsel. The law director would have exclusive representation on the matters listed in 5.06. That charter amendment failed by a vote of 5 to 6 because, in part, a couple of weeks later, an extensive agreement was reached in 2013, approved by Council by a 9-2 vote. And that particular agreement set forth in great detail the roles of the prosecutor's office and of the law department. Starting with the prosecutor's office, it made clear from the outset that the prosecuting attorney would handle all criminal matters. That has never been discussed or in dispute. Of course, prosecutor's office shall advise and represent the courts and judges. And then there was a laundry list of other entities the prosecutor's office would represent. On to the next slide, the law department and the roles of the law director and the law department. just read it quickly. The 2013 agreement specified that the Director of Law shall advise and represent the County of Cuyahoga, Executive County Council, Inspector General, Charter Review Commission, departments, agencies, offices, employees, boards, and other authorities responsible to the county executive or council on all legal matters, including labor negotiations and litigation. And then there were a couple of other sections off to the right on this slide, specifically pertaining to labor matters and contracts, which have become core activities of the existing law department. Now that framework existed basically until 2017, when a memorandum of understanding was entered into by the then law director and the prosecuting attorney, which essentially allocated civil. Yes, yes. I'm
Through
sorry,
the
go.
chair and council.
And council.
right, And council. We were signatories on that.
On the 2013 agreement.
13, yeah.
13, but not 17.
Not 17.
That is correct, Council. And so with that MOU in 2017 and the 2013 agreement, which preceded it, that's basically established kind of how we've been operating and providing legal services to county government for almost a decade. So that's a brief history of the situation. Moving on then to the law department. The law department is smack dab in the middle of this discussion, and so as the director, I wanted to explain very briefly who we are and what we do. For context purposes, we have 22 members of the law department. There are 17 attorneys, 4 paralegals, a senior risk adjuster, and we don't have any administrative support staff. We handle more than 7,000 discrete legal matters per year, and so I would characterize us, I guess, and I think I've done this before at the podium, as the little engine that could, continuing to go up the hill. And as you can see in the graphs below, we're going up the hill at a statistically significant rate. For those of you interested in social science statistics, you got the R-squared values in the top right corner of each one of those graphs. And so the matters that we are seeing in the law department, the discrete legal matters as measured by Matrix, are not increasing. They're not decreasing. They are increasing steadily over time, and the matters per attorney are similarly increasing over time. Our mission is to be the premier public sector law department. Now, people chuckled when I mentioned that on my first day on the job, but I think after more than 3 years here, I think everybody knows now and has come to realize that I'm dead serious about that particular mission. We have developed, and we currently have a team, hardworking, public-minded, smart, collaborative. I could go on and on. Creative problem solvers. I want to focus on the problem solving because there's a lot of recent examples of really difficult, complicated, and interesting and important transactions that we worked on recently, including the largest bond issue in county history and the jail bonds. Catherine Swartz, who I think is in the audience, who is bond counsel on that transaction, she and I were talking because we worked together when I was at Squire, and together we have more than 50 years of experience representing public sector entities and financings, and we both remarked that we've never seen anything as complicated as the jail bonds that we just closed on June 3 very recently. There was, of course, the courthouse capital funding agreement, and that was negotiated over nights and weekends with a lot of people's help, including particularly Trevor and Michael and others and Joe. And actually, I recall working on this and helping to negotiate it while I was planting flowers for my wife over Mother's Day. And so these activities are complicated, and we take them seriously, and we do what we need to do to move these things forward. Other recent examples, though, well, there are basic aspects. Let me back up 1 second. There are very basic aspects of our jobs, no question about it. But we consistently go above that to tackle novel and important matters that are important to the administration, to the executive side of the House, as well as council members. I want wanted to highlight just a few on this particular page. Yes, I have the right page. Recently, the Tamir Rice Act and the related consumer protection enforcement structure was just approved recently. The creation of the Office of Violence Prevention, working with Sabrina and Brendan and a host of others that took more than a year to develop and put into place.
And council.
Yeah, oh, yeah, absolutely. Yes, 100%. And thank you, Councilman Hauser, for all of your special efforts on that particular matter. Conversion therapy ban, that was approved just last fall. Community benefits ordinance, you got your second reading on that tonight. The prohibiting endangerment of companion animals, and the creating the first code of general offenses under county government. And that was recently approved on July 7. The Crown Act, approved last fall. I mean, all told, just the ones that I mentioned so far. Oh, thank you. Yeah, recognizing that I'm parched. Thank you, Joe Nani. But all told, I mean, I brought it just so you can see it. I mean, this is not light reading. This is a lot. A lot of work went into the backbone that people don't see, but it undergirds kind of what we do as a county, exploring the edges of what we can do as a county and trying to put forward in a legal way the initiatives of council and the county executive. So let's see. Next slide. So I talked about what we do and how we do it, and I want to point out especially that we love what we do, and we love our team. It's important to point out. What you see on this slide is, this was early last year, early 2025. Our department had the top workplace experience score, and I'm not sorry for pointing this out to Sarah and Chambers and Dever, but we kind of blew you guys away in this particular score. So we love what we do. We love our team, and we love what we do for council and county government and the county executive. And that was early in 2025. Thereafter, along came the request for an attorney general opinion. The request disavowed the 2013 agreement and the 2017 MOU. And then about 8 months later, the Attorney General issued his opinion, and according to the then Attorney General, because the 2013 agreement to which I referred and the 2017 MOU are not amendments to the charter, they can't reallocate the charter's existing allocation, at least as that allocation was interpreted by the Attorney General. And so, quote, it's on the page, if the charter's existing allocation of powers and duties between the prosecutor and law director, again, as interpreted by the Attorney General, is to be revised, the county charter contains a method to do so. So here we are. So the goals of the existing charter amendment, as it has been developing, and I'll get to that in a second. I would characterize them as 5 basic goals, and they're all very important. First is to create a solid foundation for the provision of legal services under our charter form of government. First and foremost. Number 2, we want to try to resolve as much as we can uncertainty from the beginning of our form of government, disagreement, concerns about litigation on basic matters that have been handled by either one office or the other office for about a decade or more. We want to try to resolve as much as possible this. And like I said, we've been living with 2 sentences, and we can and should do better to create the solid foundation for legal services in a very complicated county such as ours. And that lived experience that we've had over the last 16 plus years only gravitates towards efficiencies and effectiveness. And so the goal then is number 3, to take a snapshot of what we're doing and write it up. It's not perfect, and we'll continue to strive for perfect. We'll never achieve it, but we strive for it. But it's very good, both structurally and qualitatively. The law department does darn good work. The prosecutor's office does darn good work. There's a lot of mutual respect, and so we want to take a snapshot of what we're doing and write it up. is a goal here. Number 4, and the prosecutors made this clear throughout, want to preserve the prosecutor's rights to assert powers and duties under general law. And the county executive has listened and acted, as I will get to in a nanosecond on the next slide. And number 5, and this is a point that the Councilman Sweeney brought up, I believe, earlier on in the afternoon. I'm going to move on from being concerned about having our jobs to doing our jobs. And so that's going to help us to attract and retain personnel. It's going to increase efficiency. And so there's a lot, that's another goal as law director that I would put on the table. And so status, where are we? Rounding third, headed home. The status of discussions from my humble perch as the law director, and again as a member of a team. That team consists basically right now of Special Counsel to the Executive Doyle, Brendan Doyle, Special Counsel to County Counsel Mike King, and I. We've been meeting and exchanging draft language with the prosecutor, with Civil Division Chief Poore, Civil Litigation Chief Healy, Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Musson. As recently as today, I think we had about a 90-minute or so discussion on language today, and even Dave Lambert, former civil chief, has evidently weighed in from afar on these on language and on these negotiations. I would say that both sides, this is my characterization as from my perch as law director, have made material concessions during these discussions, and I'll highlight those areas. Number 1, the hiring of outside counsel. There were good reasons that the county executive expressed for putting it in. He's removed it. Why? Because of the goal, which has taken over the process here, of taking a snapshot of the status quo and writing it up. And the hiring of outside counsel, again, that was in council's 2013 charter amendment, as was exclusivity. The county executive put that in as an amendment to 4.01, that the duties and powers of the law director would, as set forth in 5.06, would be exclusively the law directors and not the prosecutors. That was taken out. And so, again, in the interests of trying to move forward and in a productive way to try to take a snapshot of what we're doing and writing it up, that exclusivity language you will not see anymore in 4.01. Next, core functions. So again, in the spirit of taking a snapshot and writing up, the county prosecutor has agreed that the law department is the primary group of attorneys with respect to its core functions. And that's huge for us, namely labor and employment, risk, public records, and contracts. Those are our core functions. And the prosecutor, I have a lot of respect for the prosecutors, also conceded on language choices, even today, just as the county executive has done as well. So when we're getting in the weeds, concessions are being made. And then fourth, with respect to material concessions, I would highlight the issue of multiple or alternative opinions and advice. The county executive had has now inserted specific language to make it clear that while the law department is to give advice to specified individuals and entities, those individuals and entities, including counsel, are authorized to seek advice from the prosecutor, and that's a position that was not taken by the county executive at the outset of these negotiations. So next steps, as I see it, again from my humble perch, is to take into account today's negotiation session, and the team that I mentioned is going to produce a revised draft of the charter amendment and distribute it to the prosecutor forthwith. And his team will continue in good faith discussions, and a proposed substitute will likely be submitted to council on August 4th, hopefully a substitute that is mutually agreed upon. I look forward to your questions and to your input. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Law Director. Questions or comments?
I have a comment.
Councilwoman Simon, then Council President.
I think we're going to be hearing from the prosecutor as well, correct? today. I just want to say that I've been a champion of this law department from day one. I was the sponsor, one of the sponsors of the charter amendment that did not pass by 6 to 5. We came close, but this is something I really care about our law department. We've built it up. It's superior lawyers, and I want to give the same out to the prosecutor.
Yes.
We've worked together now 16 years, so I hope there's a way to resolve this. And I can say that there's quite a chilling effect at the law department. We've lost a few good litigators or people who want to litigate that have left because of the strain and stress of not knowing if they're going to have their jobs. And we want to make sure that everybody feels safe and comfortable to work here at the county, whether it's the prosecutor's office or our law department.
I agree with everything.
Thank you.
So, in the interest of time, I'm just going to say ditto on all of Councilwoman Simon's remarks. And I would also like to add that to you, Director Maniloff, that I thought you did an absolutely superb job of condensing a large amount of material into a workable, very informative, and very helpful presentation. So I congratulate and thank you for that.
Thank you. I do not consider myself a skilled orator, but thank you for that comment.
Sweeney?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, how are you?
I'm doing fine. Thank you. Now that I have Joe Nani's water, I'm doing just
You
fine.
are a skilled orator and a skilled presenter with your hands and your arms. You do it very well.
I kept them locked for this presentation. You may have
Thank you.
noticed.
And just ditto on what Councilwoman, Chairwoman Simon said, ditto on my council president, +1. And when I started this, it started with the conversation that I had with one of your attorneys.
Right.
And I want to be supportive of figuring something out and a mutually agreed upon. I
Right.
can't wait to see that document. I will be 100% supportive. I will be a sponsor. And I just want to bring exactly how you, our council president said, the opportunity, my colleague, to have our coworkers who are the cream of the crop, the top of the top, and to come to work and be in a mindset that can focus on the county's business. And we have plenty of business to focus on. So I'm going to thank you and commend you and Brendan and Mike, whoever else is in prosecutor staff for sitting in the room. I can imagine those were long and not difficult, but long and driven meetings that are.
And important, yes.
And important, and going to come out with a product that is mutually agreed upon, and we're going to have unanimous support is my hope. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been here, again, 15 years, and this law department, as Councilwoman Simon has said, is created under this government. So I've been supportive of it. We also stepped into a space where the prosecutor has been, and it's time to figure out, just draw clear lines. So I will support it simply to continue to let that conversation continue between your department and the prosecutor, and hopefully everyone plays nice in the sandbox, or even if you fight a little bit, but maybe come out holding hands. That's my hope, and out hand in hand and with an understanding and agreement. So I'll support it with the desire of seeing those negotiations work out in the best interest of everyone.
Thank you.
Vice President?
Through the chair to Law Director, you've done an outstanding job, as you've heard, or at least from my opinion, in the negotiations and things that you've been doing. I agree it is time. I am been on this council since inception, that it is time that we get rid of the MOUs for 2013 and 2017 and put something forth to the electorate to delineate kind of what the powers and duties that you guys decide and put forth collectively together for them to vote on. So it's just, the AG kind of made that determination. So I think this is the best step for us to put that forth and finally be done with this conversation that we've had since the beginning in 2011. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other comments? Do we have any other presentations before we move forward?
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Seeing that we're still in discussion on this particular topic, and we have some proposed substitutes that are going to be coming forward, we're going to hold this until our next committee of the whole before our following council meeting. Oh, there he is.
Hold on, young man.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's okay. You know, I would just like to say that, you know, we have been working together, but I think the bigger message on this is county business gets done when you're reaching out your hand in a spirit of collaboration as opposed to let's just say, a drop out of nowhere. And we have been having very productive conversations. Again, nothing has been conceded till there's a final agreement, and hopefully there will be. But the message of this incident is that all sides need to work together, all elected officials in this county, and that when we work against each other, it's the taxpayers who suffer. And I hope as people grow in their office and learn the responsibilities of the offices that they hold and operate them with, you know, the respect of other offices and dignity, that these things happen, let's just say, in a more professional way as opposed to a fast way where the time's ticking and we are placed in a position like we are now. So I think it's productive. I don't think we're there yet. Hopefully we will be. You know, I'm optimistic, but until there's a final agreement, there's nothing. So let's hope we get there, and we'll see over the next week or two. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. Other questions or concerns before we move forward? Okay, as I mentioned before, we're holding that pending these discussions and some substitutions. So with that being said, we will move forward to item 195. Madam Clerk, if you can read that into the record.
Resolution number 2026-0195, providing for the submission to the electors of the County of Cuyahoga an amendment to Article 2, Section 2.03, Article 6, Section 6.04, and Article 12, Section 12.09 of the County Charter.
Very good. Who'll be speaking to this item?
Councilman Sweeney?
Sweeney.
I was distracted. Can you believe that? We've seen this. It's I call it the rebalancing of the appointment process. And everybody knows that we have absolutely zero ability to make a recommendation for any of the commissions or boards that are in this legislation. And the one that's probably the most important in regards to timing is the Charter Review Commission. And we've talked about the importance of it and the necessity to have a great open process, pure, and having council have the ability to have direct appointments, the administration having direct appointments, and the odd one is the same way of recommendation and approval. And all the other boards, I believe the same thing. I won't belabor this. It's just giving the council the ability to have a say in individuals that are appointed to these important boards on the beginning of the process. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any questions? I'll be more than happy to answer them.
Questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman, I've been very clear throughout the discussion of this resolution that I in favor of changing the composition of the Charter Review Commission. And I don't know where our body is on that particular part of this resolution. But I do have a substitute that only addresses that, and I haven't had time to discuss it with the sponsor. But I have a substitution, and it might be premature. We have a couple minutes to talk about what council thinks about this, and if there's any kind of feeling about going forward just with that part, or if there's a support of the whole thing. I don't want to undermine Councilman Sweeney's resolution, but I do have a substitute that I can introduce pursuant to Rule 9J.
I'm so glad you introduced me to Rule 9J. And through the chair, I have no problem. Is it a substitute to the whole thing, or just want to separate that out and have a separate piece of legislation, which I don't mind
It
either?
separates, what it does, it substitutes 0195 to only address charter review.
I don't want to substitute it because that eliminates
Okay.
mine. So you
Right.
you have your own.
I don't think there's time, so,
You can draw it up. We are very good staff, and we have 2 weeks.
well,
and I'll
if we have
support it.
time to do it, I would maybe have I'll have a separate one, but I don't know the timing of everything, but this is here in case we don't have time to do something.
Yeah, we're really good. Our staff is incredible in regards to and it's really not, in my eyes, through the chair, it's very important, but I don't think it's too complicated of language, not being a lawyer.
I don't mean time of getting a separate or resolution, I mean time of getting through the council process, that's all.
And through the chair to our council president, I believe we do have the opportunity, authority to pass something under suspension that is non-controversial if it gets there. Is that an accurate statement?
It is a procedurally accurate statement, but I would be very careful about passing a charter amendment under suspension. You know, even what seems simple, there can be a little devils in the details problems, but procedurally, yes.
Good, which it'll be up to us to see if we want to pass it. So the answer is, I don't want mine to be killed. I'd like it to be voted on. And I'll be more than happy to work with you and sponsors yours. And if they both go, we're good. If not, we might get one of the two, if you're okay with that.
I'm fine. I'm just addressing a possible situation in which yours does not carry and we have an alternative.
Yeah, and hopefully it gets through the process to, through second reading and refer to the whole council on the 8th. So 2 weeks is a lot of time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other comments or questions? Councilman Jones, followed by Miller.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to probably repeat some of my comments from last time when it was introduced, but the idea of splitting these appointments down the middle, half for the executive and half for county council, it might seem tantalizing to want to have that power to make those decisions. And these boards are the ones of the many boards that we have. And again, all of my years in making these appointments, the ones that I made, they were not these paid for appointments, okay? And the ones that I did do, it was a challenge. And what I mean by that is our staff is phenomenal. We all know it. I would put them against any state, federal legislative staff. I said, but they're not designed and built to search the breadth and width of Cuyahoga County to make these appointments. That strength is really in the executive's office. They have that capacity that we do not. So when I was making appointments, and it was a challenge. I mean, it did it because it was our responsibility, and we still have that responsibility on some of the lesser boards. But these boards where it's easy to look at the money, but we also have to recognize that there's a responsibility of each and every one of these board members. They're getting a compensation because these are roll up your sleeve boards where you have to do work. And there are other boards that are a lot more ceremonial, but you don't get money for it, okay? So you have to recognize that the leaders of these boards, they need a certain knowledge, skill, and ability in the appointee, filling gaps. And they say, hey, maybe you need someone who's got real estate transaction, skill or knowledge. They need something else. And they're not picking the person for their own board, but they're making known where the lack is on their board. And you want to find someone that can meet those needs. And the administration is better attuned and better designed to make those calls and those decisions on these more weighty and critical boards and board appointments. So with that, what we don't want, if we have it, our half on these, again, critical money, paid boards, we could potentially devolve into a place where we're making appointments of just friends, and political appointments could end up on these boards. Someone from my district, those are the things that could happen if we pull these particular boards away from the administration. So based on that, again, it's probably pretty obvious, I will not be supporting this particular amendment, and I respect the councilman bringing it forward, but I don't think it's in the best interest of county government for us to make the appointments. We still have our power to confirm or reject, which I believe is sufficient on these particular boards. So again, I would not support this amendment.
And, Mr. Chair, I appreciate that, and your past history and I would say, consider you a subject matter expert in this, and your thought process is much appreciated. And it's not all the boards that are paid. I think 3 of the boards are paid Port, 3 out of the 7. So I don't want everybody to think it's just boards, and anybody who puts anybody on could be putting a friend, since you went down that path, right? Whoever the appointing authority could do what you said. So I don't want to just stereotype the council on that particular comment of yours. But
the boards that here are critical boards, though.
oh, we all know that. I mean, rolling up the sleeves, and we all agree to that. It's just my thoughts of the rebalancing and giving us some opportunity to make a recommendation. We have 0 now. So that's what got me in this process. And I believe this council would make extraordinary recommendations and appointments. And I believe we do have the capacity, because we're only talking about 14 boards or 14 seats in a 3-year period. So I'm not going to debate you. I just really appreciate you being straight up, like you always are, to the general public and specifically to me, the sponsor. And I can't thank you enough.
Council President Miller.
So I'm going to try to be brief, but just say that I have 4 concerns about this proposal. The first is that it gives the council exclusive control over enough appointments that we will need our own application process. And we should be thinking about this from the perspective of the people out in the community. People desiring to be considered for appointments will have to apply through and track 2 different appointment processes. Second, it discards useful checks and balances. Currently, we have 2 sets of eyes on these appointments through executive nomination and council confirmation. But this amendment discards that protection, providing for executive appointments with no council review and council appointments with no executive review. Third, this proposal says that an executive appointment not acted on in 60 days is deemed disapproved, as opposed to the current provision where it's deemed approved. And if the executive appoints someone that the council opposes but doesn't want to vote against publicly, we could go around and around in circles for months. And the fourth thing is that each of our 3 executives have had strengths and weaknesses, but they've all made diverse board appointments, bringing in people with subject matter expertise and or lived experience, and they have served with honor and distinction. So I think the current system is working well. I will say that I would be supportive of what Sonny was saying about the Charter Review Commission, but I would be interested in more of a process where the executive and the council collaborate on the appointments rather again, for the same reason, I don't think it's good to have both sides making sole appointments with no input whatsoever from the other. Thank you.
The chair.
Yeah, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Well, I have to say my chairman has been busy, and I appreciate the opportunity to serve under your leadership, Chair Sweeney. I just wanted to share that during my term as chair of the Human Resources and Appointments Committee, I had the privilege of managing, I guess, the council's appointment and confirmation process for numerous boards and commissions. That work reinforced for me that appointments are some of the most important responsibilities entrusted to county government because they shape the leadership of the institutions that directly impact our residents. Working with the Department of Regional Collaboration, they have 70 boards and commissions that include just over 800 seats, to which the county executive nominates 315 members, subject to our confirmation. Another 75 members either serve subject to direct appointment by the council or by virtue of their employment by Cuyahoga County, typically as a department director. I just also wanted to add that we worked to ensure that the process was thoughtful and transparent and equitable. Speaking of equity, of the county-appointed board and commission members, 46%, 51% are women. 46% identify as persons of color, and with specifically 32% of them being Black or African American. So, equity is not simply about representation, it's also about ensuring that talented individuals from every community have an opportunity to be considered for public service. So I echo the Council President Emeritus. His thoughts and the prosecutor's statement about more collaboration and working together. I felt like I had that relationship when I served as chair. So I kind of think that this will be biting off a little more than we could chew. Our staff is the best and the brightest. But I think it would be a little much to put onto them. So for that reason, I think there would be a challenge for me to support this legislation, sir. And I would also support the Councilwoman's amendment, as the Charter Review Commission is going to be very integral to the work that we will have to do next year. Thank you.
Councilman Sweeney.
Thank you. And to my Councilwoman Turner, thank you. Your leadership in the when you served as a chair was immaculate, and I appreciate your comments. To my council president, there's two of the four, two of them I can give you, but too much work for our council to deal with 14 appointments in 3 years, I would say is, in my opinion, inaccurate. And you made this statement, all three executives have made all very thorough and good appointments. And you and I have chatted about a couple that we thought could have been improved. So I'll leave it at that, and I appreciate your comments, Mr. President.
So I said the executives have made very good appointments overall. I didn't say 100%.
And my bad, I didn't hear overall. My
Yeah,
fault. Thank you.
I didn't say 100%.
I didn't hear you say overall. That's my fault.
Other comments or questions? Madam Vice President.
Just want to say, through the chair, as being the inaugural Human Resources Appointment and Equity Chair, everything through 3 administrations thus far has not really implemented any problems until a recent, as I view, a disagreement. So in going forward, I will be voting no because of some of the council president's points. How do we justify, not that our staff, I agree with Sweeney that our staff are capable of handling it, but how will we make it equitable? And I don't want to get something as it's been moving to get caught up in a wheel, clogged in a wheel of we can't make a decision about appointments because many of them are time sensitive when they need to be voted on. And they're doing important matters that are out in the community. So I won't be able to support this at this time. I always never want to shut down a thought process from my colleagues because I don't know. I'm not thinking every angle that they may be thinking about. So I definitely wouldn't have a problem for it to have more public discussion at a charter review to really, hear all the implications that could possibly happen. But charter review does impact not only the administration, but impacts our districts as well. So looking forward to hearing more about that amendment, maybe a supporter of that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Other questions or comments?
Chairman.
Yes, Council President.
To follow up on Councilman Sweeney's other question, yes, I had said in the past that it would be difficult to handle the workload, but based on there being 14 appointments, I'm willing to walk that back. But I remain concerned that it wouldn't be a good thing for the people out in the public to have two different application processes that they have to work through. Thank you.
Always very thoughtful, and I appreciate that.
So, Mr. Chair, just a procedural question. So we're going to roll call the resolution in front of us. If by chance it does not pass out of committee, I would come back then. It's too late to amend, propose substitute it once it fails, correct? I would assume, pursuant to the rules.
That would not be correct.
Okay.
Because even if something is defeated, it never gets killed unless it's withdrawn. And so if it doesn't get enough votes, it would still remain in committee. And if you were to bring forth a substitute and say that you would like it back on the agenda for the meeting on August 4th,
Okay.
we could do that.
All right, let's just, okay, we'll wait then till the next meeting, as long as there's time. I think the timing is really critical, that if we have a Charter Review Commission set to be constituted next year, it's important we be able to make a decision on how we want that composed.
Through the chair, question to Council President. If my colleague Sonny puts it on August 4th, I know you would like us to have full conversation about it. Would there be enough time before November ballot to, put it forth with 3 readings?
So we need to act before August 4th in order to place an item on the November ballot, and I think the timing is not ideal because we would have to do it in a single meeting. But if it's relatively simple and agreed upon, it's not impossible.
Okay, thank you. And at least we've talked about it at each of the meetings when we're looking at this resolution. So I think all of us have had an opportunity to consider it.
The fact that we're having an initial discussion today on the concept is a plus.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Other questions or Councilman Sweeney,
I'd just like to make a motion.
please?
I'd like to make a motion for 2026-0206 to be second reading move to the entire body, or in the entire council, and ask my council colleagues.
Excuse me, Councilman Sweeney, that's
I'd just like to-
0195.
Excuse me?
195.
My bad. 20260195, I'd like to make the motion and ask my colleagues to give me the opportunity to just to pass it to the next step in the process. Thank you.
Second.
Second.
All right. Let's put it to a roll call, Madam Clerk.
Calling the roll for second reading for resolution number 2026-0195. Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Mr. Sweeney?
Yes.
Mr. Castleberry?
Yes.
Mr. Gallagher? Mr. Schlepper?
Yes.
Ms. Conwell?
No.
Mr. Jones?
No.
Ms. Turner?
No.
Mr. Hauser?
Yes.
Ms. Simon?
No.
And Council President Miller?
No.
Motion carries.
Okay.
Thank you, colleagues.
All right. At this time, I will pass the gavel over to our chairwoman for HHS, Council Vice President, and she will continue the meeting for us. Thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah, get out of here.
All right, good evening, everyone. I know we need, time is of the essence, so I wanted to say good afternoon, everyone. The next two items are important discussions before this council. Number one, in public comment, if you were here earlier, you heard the county executive state how critical the levy is. Second public comment that I heard was my colleagues, you also heard from Ramona Brazil, representing Metro Health Hospital, and how they are partners with giving health care needs to our citizens. So before each of you is the decision to put forth to our electorate if they want to vote on these is critical services at this time. So if I could ask the law director to please, before the clerk reads, well, she can read the item into the record, but if you could then state the difference between the two, or the one that she reads into the record, 0206.
Council,
Yeah, we'll have
Chairman.
her read it into the record
sorry.
first, though. Great.
Resolution 2026-0206, declaring the necessity of submitting to the electors of Cuyahoga County the question of a renewal of an existing 4.70 mill levy with an increase of 2.5 mills for the purpose of supplementing general fund appropriations for health and human social services for 10 years in accordance with sections 5705.191, 5705.25, and 5705.03 of the Ohio Revised Code.
Thank you. Mr. Huth, if you could please
certainly.
share.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman, it's actually a two-step process for putting levies like this on the ballot. There's one where this first step is what has to happen tonight, and you will need to vote, pass this out for second reading for passage tonight. It's where you make a determined necessity that this it needs to go forward, that the levy needs to be implemented at this new rate, and that it will direct the fiscal officer to do some calculations to come back to you with the resolution for your next meeting of determining to put it on the ballot.
All right, so this one would be actually suspension, correct?
Correct.
Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Merriman, I believe that you're presenting.
I am. Good afternoon. My name is David Merriman. I'm the Director of the Department of Health and Human Services. I'm here on behalf of my team. I'm going to just pause for 1 second. I'll ask the Health and Human Service leadership team to please stand. They developed the attached, or the, thank you. Yeah. And a day of first, that may have been a first that we've ever gotten one of those, so thank you very much. We are here to make a presentation. I understand that we are past 5 o'clock, and what I'd like to do is I would like to move us through the PowerPoint presentation that's in front of you, and then I am open to meeting with each and every one of you individually if you have questions that you want to take offline. And but in the interest of time, I'm going to jump right in. what I wanted to do is begin with just some overview and talk a bit about our budget sources. Health and Human Service levy brings in more money from the state and federal government than we do from our local taxpayers. And I think this point is sometimes lost, that we're actually a $420 million organization, with more than half of it coming from state and federal sources, as well as some additional miscellaneous, which are usually fees and incentives that we win. Our levy funds are the backbone for this. For us to draw this revenue, we must first spend the dollars, and then we can draw the revenue. So the context of our presentation is the entire budget, because we won't be able to draw federal revenue if we aren't first spending our levy. There we go. So the Office of Budget and Management developed this chart for us, and what it is a demonstration of what our current levies generate. And what we can show is that the two levies, the 4.8 and the 4.7 mils levy, do not bring in enough revenue to meet our expenses. That changed in 2024 and is now the case with 25 moving forward. OBM shows that our projected expenses outpace our revenue. Wanted to share a couple of views on this. Without additional funds coming to our HHS levy, without the increase, our annual expenses will not meet, our annual revenue will not meet our expenses. That is the design of levies. Levies are a point-in-time capture based upon property values. And they, at a point, no longer keep up with inflation, and we've shown that. And that is, unfortunately, the situation that we're in right now. Without these increases, we will be in a $4 million deficit by the end of the year. Next year, we'll be in a deficit of $60 million. And that deficit will grow each and every year following. Cumulatively, over the next decade, we will have $1 billion of either cuts or transfers from the general fund. I want to repeat that. At the end of this year, we will have a $4 million deficit if we don't begin to take action right now. And the end of next year, we'll have a $61 million deficit. And it'll be $1 billion over the next decade of either transfers from other funds or cuts.
Ms. Chair, can I?
Yes, yes, Councilwoman.
When you talk about a deficit at the end of '26 with a -4, are you considering, or that goes into our reserve, right? Is that what you're considering a deficit? Or are you already looking at exhausting the deficit, or our reserve?
The reserve will be exhausted, and we will be $4 million into a deficit
At the end of '26?
at the end of '26.
Because last time you presented, and our staff supported this, there was a $3 to $4 million reserve. Why did this change in a matter of a week?
Without additional cuts and transfers this year,
Transfers.
we would have to do
Transfers.
cuts this year, budget actions this year, and transfers this year
Or
from
just
other sources of
transfers.
funds.
Or just transfers. Okay, well, that's up for debate. Okay, I understand. It's different than what we talked about, but go ahead.
OBM produced the following chart for us. It shows with the proposed renewal and increase, our deficit will be reduced for the next 5 years. And the levy will largely cover our expenses for the next decade. There will be a period at the end that we'll actually need to save and reserve funds to cover. And what we know is with discipline, and if this levy is approved, we can get through the next decade of services, and we can continue to provide the same level of support we provide now without cuts. That's with the increase, that's with the passage, and with discipline for the first 5 years.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Council.
Mr. Merriman,
Yes.
can you go back to that deficit slide and explain how did we go from 4 million to 61?
So the,
It looks kind of, it's increasing, yeah.
So again, these are based upon the numbers that OBM has produced. And what I would say is, if we don't make cuts right now, and those are either reductions in our expenses, those are transfers from other sources, and realignment of resources. We will end the year $4 million in a deficit. There's still time in the year. We can start cutting programs. We can go to providers. We can make reductions. There's some other staffing actions that we could talk about. But that's the projection. We were projected to end of the year in $4 million in a deficit. The $60 million is both the cost of, we should be restoring the reserve. We have an obligation to restore the reserve. And we are on track to be an additional $30 million in deficit because of our expense level.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Merriman, so what happened in 2025 in November when we passed the budget? And I do believe that the administration stated that they would put in those cuts right away. So we're now in July and no cuts or anything have been made.
Councilwoman, I do want to say cuts have been made. I'm aware of one situation where there are still some cuts that can be made, but outside of that one situation, all of our other providers have been cut. What has happened is we have increased our contracts for board and care, and that will cost us $8 million. This was not budgeted, but this was the result of our recent procurement. We are projecting that we will lose $2 million in SNAP resources. We lost a state grant that we were still budgeting for. And together, those additional expenses are now going to cost the county an additional $14 million that is in our budget right now.
Okay, and also, I have a disagreement with that, but we're not going to barter back and forth. The discipline for 5 years that you stated, I just want to be upfront. I will be putting together legislation in terms of if this council collectively allows it to go to the ballot to the people, and the people decide that this is in their best interest at that time, I will be putting forth legislation for it to be outlined how that money is spent. I know in one of our previous meetings, you kind of gave us a little quick glossary of if this levy passed, what the dollar amounts would be used for us, but you used the right word, discipline. So we need to make sure that there's some discipline if this goes forward, how this money is spent in the future. Just my perspective.
I agree. And we need to cooperate and collaborate, because at the end of the day, these resources are needed to provide the safety net services that our public is counting on. If the levy is to fully meet the full decade of projected expenses coming from OBM, we would be generating $119 million a year. We understand this levy will not fully meet our needs, and so we will have to save some of that projected surplus from the first 5 years for the later 5 years. I'm going to continue to move forward in the interest of time. So I want to talk a little bit about staff and turnover. HHS staff and the services that we offer are our greatest resource. And our expenses, within our expenses, personnel expenses, staff is our greatest expense. That is the number one thing that we pay for, followed by client services, which are mostly provided through contracts, and then professional services. All of our staffing is down from the past few years. But there is a long-term trend that we should recognize. Hiring freezes that existed during COVID and then hiring resumption that occurred after COVID have led to some fluctuation in staffing numbers. But we are trending in a direction that we are approaching the lowest staffing levels that we've had in the past 6 years. That period in 2023, when we were down to 1795, was coming out of COVID. There was a time in which we were unable to hire. There was a time in which we were unable to find individuals that wanted to work for us. When we made salary adjustments, that changed. And I think as a result, you saw the increases that followed. Hiring freezes are now addressing that, and our staff and FTE counts are decreasing. I want to talk a little bit about turnover, and I want to just recognize turnover is staff leaving a position for any reason, whether they separate, they retire, or they're promoted. And what you're seeing in these percentages is staff who left in the next 12 months. So that first one, that 13%, that means 13% of the staff in October of 2019 left within the next year. And what I want to say about turnover is this is a great expense for us. Many of our services take a year to 2 years for people to become expert in. And we spend a lot of time in training, developing those staff, and we count on them to be able to stay with us long enough to be able to effectively serve residents. What I also want to speak to is the COVID era turnover was extremely disruptive. But I want to acknowledge this council addressed that disruption with bargaining wage increases in 2022. Those wage increases continued into 2023, and then there were also equity adjustments in 2024. As a result of those decisions, we ended up with some of the lowest staff turnover by the end of 2025 that we'd ever experienced. This, I think, is a very positive policy statement. We invest in our staff, and they do the work that we count on for us to meet the needs of the public. I want to give one example of how that looks at a department level. This is an example from DCFS. And what I can point to, and many of you will recall, is that during COVID, we had extremely high turnover in the 2022 era. There were periods we were posting for classes, and we had 6 people apply. We could not find people that would come and work for us. And as a result, we saw DCFS staffing decrease generally, except for in 2023, when we did a wage increase. And when that happened, we saw staff begin to go up and turnover decrease. I think this was an unqualified success. I think we made an offer to the public that if you work for us, we will be an employer that invests in its employees. And that same offer was made to the other staff that work in our other large departments. And ultimately, through the equity adjustments, all of our departments. This is an expense. And this is something that we are acknowledging has contributed to this budget. But I also want to say this is the reason that we've had some of the lowest caseloads and I think some of the best work we've done over the past 4 years. I want to talk a little bit about programs and services. DCFS relies on nonprofits, hospitals, and other institutions to carry out much of our work. I think a great example of this is Metro Health. I think the Adams Board. I think we have many partners that we know make our jobs easier by meeting the needs of residents where we cannot. I also just want to acknowledge many of our programs are not mandated. They're discretionary programs. Or there's some mandated services. In the case of DSAS, they get $80,000 directly from the state. Everything else that's put into DSAS is put in by us, Cuyahoga County. Now, they have some partnerships that draw on other resources and revenue, but this is a county investment in our seniors. We believe in our seniors. So what we're seeing is there's increasing demand for services. We're seeing a 30% increase in the demand that is coming in through our adult protective service line, as well as calls from our intake unit. We're very concerned. We are an aging county. More and more residents are going to be older than 60 than younger than 18. This is something that we are very committed to meeting the needs of all residents, but seniors are especially disadvantaged, and this is something that we have watched and are concerned about. As it stands right now, we have already seen our ability to meet the needs of seniors decreasing as a result of last year's budget cuts. The chart in front of you shows us reducing senior meals and other services in the options program from $500,000 to $300,000, and from the CSSP, which is Community Social Service Project, partnerships with municipal aging centers. They have dropped from a high of $250,000 to $97,000. Some of those highs were tied to the Healthy Aging Grant, but as that grant has gone away and the loss of those state dollars has ended, we've tried to maintain the services, but we simply cannot anymore. I think another area where we have really a essential service is universal pre-kindergarten. I think most of you remember during COVID how difficult it was for families to get to work because childcare centers were no longer open. This is not a mandated service, but this is an essential service. And this is something we choose to do. And as the name of our public-private partnership suggests, we are investing in children. And I think that is what we do. And yet, we are at a point right now where, without additional resources, our UPK seats will be reduced by 90% in the next 2 years. Some of that is due to the fact that the money that we raised through foundations in the business community has been spent out, but it's also due to the fact that this is one of our biggest budget areas, and it's not mandated. And what we know is increasing cost of childcare will lead to fewer seats and fewer families having access. It's not just access, it's quality. A lot of what we pay for is that this is not daycare. We're not watching days, we're watching children. And we want to provide quality services that prepare them for kindergarten, not just keep them safe. I want to talk a little bit about congregate care. According to analysis we've done from the federal government, the state, and other counties, we're seeing the daily cost of placements increase from 30 to 60%. The chart listed here is from PCSAO, which is the Public Child Serving Agency Association of Ohio. They did surveys, and they are tracking this across the state. And they're finding that inflation is increasing the cost of placements. This is foster care, group home, residential by an average of 25%. It's not just PCSO. This is a federal report, and this is dated. This is looking back to 2023, and they're showing year-over-year increases in the cost to administer placements. This is a national problem. Every county in Ohio is now looking at this. I got an email yesterday about interest in Lorraine County to move forward with the levy. We recently I got another email about Hamilton looking at a levy. We know that this is going to be a national issue. This is going to be a state issue. This is going to be something we're going to have to work with for the next few years. You know, despite this, though, we are still managing our budget well. Despite increasing what we spend for placement and increasing our budget, we are still dramatically lower than the state average. Per day rates have gone up statewide 60% since 2020. Ours have gone up 47%. And the gap from 2020 to through that time has gone up from $20 a day to $42 a day. I think our team does a great job negotiating contracts, but I have to tell you, our priority is placing children in safe and stable environments. We want to place them in the least restrictive, the most supportive environment we can. But at the end of the day, we have an obligation to find a placement and put the child in it. And at times, that requires us to get out there and find new providers. Our second biggest, after DCFS, area of increase is at Job and Family Services, who's largely struggling through the loss of federal funds and, unfortunately, the lack of backup from the state of Ohio. We've talked a lot about the impact of House Resolution 1. Some people refer to it as the big, beautiful bill, but it's House Resolution 1. And what I can say is immigrants have already lost food assistance, and they're about to lose Medicaid. And these, let's be clear on this point, these are legal immigrants. The rules have changed. Families that are here legally are being blocked from accessing SNAP, and soon that will be Medicaid as well. Those are families in our community. Those are individuals that are working, and their children have the same needs as the rest of ours. I think we're also going to see more elderly struggling to get and keep their benefits. Elderly are held to the same standards as someone who's 18 as it relates to work requirements. Someone who's going to have to provide documentation. Someone who's going to have to now do an eligibility application every 6 months. And this is designed to suppress the program. So we're seeing more work requirements. We're seeing additional check-ins and applications. And at the end of the day, we're seeing a loss of federal funds related to these services. We're being asked to do more with SNAP and soon Medicaid, while we're getting less funding to do that. The intent of this is the disruption of the program. And what's most dangerous is coming down the pike are penalties related to the quality of services we provide. Beginning next year, we will begin to see a penalty to every state that has an error rate that is above 6%. Last year, there were 8 states that had an error rate below 6%. 42 states were failing this standard last year. The penalty is 5 to 15% the cost of SNAP, not its administration. In Ohio, we are seeing that will cost between $160 and $480 million a year charged to the state. The state is developing a strategy to pass those costs on to counties. So if we are unable to meet the needs of residents and there are errors in the process, we could be on the hook for $16 to $30 to $40 million a year in penalties. That's why we are not looking to reduce JFS roles. We need more staff because staff determine eligibility. Staff take the call and walk the family through very complicated programs. And we're doing this in an environment where the state year over year has reduced funding as well as the federal government. When the federal government made the reductions in funding to SNAP, that is after 2 years where we've gotten additional reductions. And the only relief we've gotten to this point from the state has been $226,000. Recently, when this was acknowledged and there was a recognition that the state was going to have to reduce over $40 million, or I think it was $37 million, or was going to receive a $37 million reduction of SNAP funding, the state stepped in with 10 of their own dollars and they drew 2 of federal dollars, and they made whole 59 of the 88 counties. The rest got up to $226,000. So we are going to lose $9 million next year. And to date, all we've been provided is $226,000, as the state has a rainy day fund of $4 billion. So what I can say, unfortunately, is we've seen this. When there are less requirements, as was the case during COVID, our call times go down. When there are more requirements for us, because that period ended, the waivers that enabled us to do less eligibility processing ended after COVID, and our call times skyrocketed. This council and the administration enabled Job and Family Services to staff up in 2025. That's part of the reason we spent into the reserve last year, because we said seniors need to get on Medicaid, families need SNAP. And as a result, our wait times were dramatically reduced. We had some of the best performance in our history. That was all due to the staff that we hired, the supervisors that manage those teams, and the systems that we put in place to process applications. Unfortunately, the hiring freeze is already having an impact. We're seeing an increase in both the volume of the calls and also the wait times. I want to just quickly touch on a few additional points related to other programs. I do need to correct one statement I made in my prior presentation. I think I listed the the Say Yes to Education program as a part of Family and Children First Council. I need to clarify, it is CTAG, it's not Say Yes. And then I want to also just recognize for the Office of Homeless Services and the Office of Reentry, this is a live problem. Yesterday, Simeon Best, Kevin Gowan, and I jumped on with the county library, and they shared with us a loss of state funding for their Aspire program. This is how the GED program is provided in correctional institutions. They're going to lose $300,000. So they're going to have to cut the GED programming that goes on in the jail from 6 classes to 3. They're going to cut the GED programming that is provided in our North Star Reentry Center from 3 classes to 2. And they're going to stop being a SNAP ENT provider for referrals. And what that means is when Kevin Gowan and his team need to refer someone who doesn't have their GED to work activities, they're not going to be able to refer them to our largest GED provider in the county. Now, they're going to work with us still. Pam Jankowski and that team, they're amazing. They're going to tell us everybody that they are working with right now. But on day 1 of the new state fiscal year, they're going to have 450 people in slots that for the entire year, they can go up to 600. For the rest of the year, they'll have space for 150 people to join their program. Otherwise, they're going to be at capacity. This is very concerning. This is one of the best programs we offer in the jail. People sitting either in jail or in prisons can take the time to address whatever deficiencies and whatever led to their not completing their high school diploma and work on that while they're incarcerated. That is ending and being reduced in other cases. One additional one, Levine Ross just reported this to Councilwoman Conwell and I just earlier this afternoon. We are looking at a potential reduction of $20 million in federal HUD funding. They have changed the way in which they score their applications. They've prioritized going from permanent supportive housing to transitional housing, which means long-term rent and stability to a person getting housing for up to 2 years, but then they have to leave. They're also going to require them to be involved with substance abuse treatment or to be engaging in work activities like we have in SNAP and Medicaid. This is really disruptive, and we could lose up to $20 million based on how this procurement goes, which actually closes on August 26th. I had August 30th. It's August 26th. I'm going to stop there. I do have a number of reports listed in the appendix. And so if there are additional questions that you'd like to ask, or if you'd like to know more about how some of these impacts are going to play out in senior services, I have a great slide on child support. They're in a very difficult position. They have not been able to hire. And we are very worried. And it is for that. And let me just say, we're worried for our clients. We are worried for the people that are counting on us to provide food, counting on us to help get the childcare so they can go to work. We're worried about the municipal senior centers and programs that count on our funding to keep their doors open so seniors have somewhere to go on a daily basis to eat, to socialize, to be checked in on. UPK, FCFC, homeless services, all of our services are at risk as a result. I'm going to pause there and see if there are questions.
All right, Councilwoman Simon, please.
Madam Chair, I want to go back to my question, and maybe you're not the person to be answering it. When you stood before us last week with the presentation, the numbers are much different. You didn't answer me. You just said, well, this is what it is. Well, last week it wasn't what it was. So I don't know if somebody else needs to speak to this. We were told specifically in the slides in the presentation that if we do nothing, we would have $3 million left in reserve at the end of 26. Our staff calculated 4 on the higher side for $1 million left. I asked what changed, and you didn't answer me because maybe you're not the person who should be answering that. But this drastic change, a $7 million swing, I think this council deserves to hear this because this is so important, as you stated. But consistency and transparency is really important to me when I have to make this decision.
What I want to acknowledge, what I presented last time on was a budget stabilization plan. We were required to bring that in. It did make some assumptions and projections. I think it assumed some cuts, it assumed some transfers.
Well, that's not what I asked last time, very specifically, and you didn't, so now you're changing your position. Last week, it was with no cuts, with no transfers. We would have $3 million left at the end of 26.
Chart shows a $4 million deficit. Right, and so how about we focus on the chart in front of us? I think the question is.
The question is, why did things change? The presentation change?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, the projection for really what we're talking about is the first quarter projection versus the second quarter projection. That's the basis for all of this. The first quarter projection, there was roughly a $3 million surplus. I have preliminary numbers now for second quarter, and we're still remaining at $3 million.
Okay, I'm not going to take up time. We have a council meeting.
But you are correct, Councilwoman.
But we weren't even talking about first quarter or second. We were talking about the end fourth quarter of 26. I asked specifically about that. And now this is totally changed by $7 million. Okay.
We're still $3 million surplus. Okay,
We
so
still are.
We still have a $3 million cash balance.
At the end of 26.
At the end of 2026, yes.
Okay, to be clear.
Yes.
Okay, because, all right, so, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Councilman Gallagher. And then Jones.
Thank you, ma'am. You didn't mention anything about Metro. If this were successful, do we take Metro back to their original stipend?
So first, I want to acknowledge Metro Health was not reduced in this current budget cycle.
No. The original, I'm talking $40 million.
So I'm not going to make any commitments here as to what we'll do if we get these dollars. What we've said is if the county chooses to put this on the ballot and the voters choose to support it, then we will look at our status at that time. And we'll make decisions next year with council on allocations.
Well, we all know, everybody in this room knows, that you use Metro as the linchpin to get these things passed. So you're going to use Metro again. We'll see the helicopters flying in people's lives, and the poor folks, they're the front line. They're the front line, but we're worried about the nonprofits and not our public hospital, who is the front line. You can't commit to taking them back to the 40 million, and they're not asking for 40 million. They haven't said anything to me. You can't commit to that?
That's not my
three-
position. Councilman, it's not my role to commit the county and to stand here and tell you how we're going to spend money that we don't have yet. What I'm committing to is I understand if we are given these dollars next year, we will allocate them. And I expect we're not going to allocate 100% of them because we will need to be able to build a reserve to get us to the later part
Well,
of the
because
levy.
then we'll eat into that reserve and then come back for more. I understand the game. But you use Metro to get what you want. Do you have a list of what you're going to commit to? What you need the money for?
First, I want to just acknowledge, Metro is a partner of ours. We have contracts with Metro for our medical home and our children.
I'm asking. They're
Yes,
not asking.
yes,
I'm asking.
Yes. Metro is a valued partner. I mean, we fund them in every budget, and as far as I'm concerned, that's clear.
And quite honestly, and to be really blunt about it, we screw them too.
Well, I want to acknowledge that our staff are on a hiring freeze. Our providers are being cut. This is right now, this is a national problem that we are seeing federal funding cuts. We're seeing a lack of the state stepping in with a $4 billion rainy day fund. And, listen, everybody's suffering through this budget right now. It's inflation. Inflation has increased while our revenue has not. And unfortunately, I think everybody's feeling the pain.
That's been pretty historic, actually.
The inflation?
Yeah.
It's been horrible.
Yeah.
It's been horrible. We hear about it. Every single day,
It's
our providers
actually
are complaining
a
about
little
it.
bit better now than it was, but it's still bad. So you, standing here right now, we don't know if you get this incredible amount of extra money, you can't peel off 4 or 5 million a year for Metro. You're not going to say that.
Yeah, Councilman, what I'm going to say is the county executive is going to work with council to allocate the budget we have beginning in 2027. That is his responsibility, and that's yours, and I know that it'll happen.
And remember, if you remember, Councilman, my statement in between his presentation was, this council's going to look at, if we are so lucky and inclined that the voters vote for it, that we're going to make sure that they're.
I just think it's important to take care of those that take care of us.
I totally agree.
And they have been left at the curb time and time again, and it's very frustrating.
All right, are you through, Mr. Gallagher? Okay, Councilman Jones, followed by Miller.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Director Merriman, I want to revisit, I don't know if we can pull that slide up again with that levy fund balance without the increase. When this was introduced in the past week and we initially saw it, I was not convinced at that moment that we needed a levy increase. Thank you. But I had the opportunity, I'm glad I did, to sit down with you and the team, administration, just to answer some of my questions and get clarity. But if you go back to the other slide with the.
I'm sorry, I was showing the OBM slide that we pulled this from. So.
That one.
That
yes,
one, okay.
That one. Of all the incredible numbers that are being thrown at us at this moment, in a good way, and I say that, to me, it distills down to a negative $4 million of cash on hand that we will not have at the end of this year.
Through the chair, that's not correct.
And that's where I'm getting to.
Yeah, Walter came up here. I'm sorry, it's not correct.
That's what I'm getting to. I'm
Thank
trying
you.
to make sure I have clarity.
Yeah, thank you.
And then a minus $61 million next year of not having little cash on hand. And I actually had our staff, I wouldn't mind hearing from our staff. If, as Councilwoman Simon said, if this number isn't correct and Walter says it's not, and I know you answered it for her, but I need you to answer it for me. Are we really a negative $4 million and, or is it +4?
So one, these are projections. We're halfway into the year. What I've heard is there is the ability for us to draw some additional revenue that may eliminate the deficit. I understand that we're going to be doing a tax lien sale. I don't know if those numbers have been calculated in here. So I do hope that we are going to end the year in a surplus. But I also understand that we don't know how the rest of this year is going to go. So what I'm presenting is based on, at the time of the report that we saw, it showed a $4 million deficit. Now, if Walter is coming forward, he's the director of the Office of Budget Management, and if his slide is correct and mine is wrong, then I'll stand corrected.
Through the chair to the councilman, the surplus, currently, cash balance, I should say, not surplus, projected is $3.6 million at the end of this year. Yeah.
At the
So
end of
that
the year,
chart is slightly
without
off.
a levy, well, obviously, there's no levy increase this year, but we will be at a +3, not a -4.
It would be a +3. You are correct.
+3.
Yes.
Okay. Now, we're showing a whole lot of cuts on the screen.
Yeah.
And one to initiative that I have been primary sponsor to. I think as I scanned, I think I saw something that was Councilwoman Simon, primary sponsor. Were those cuts for this year, based on the worst-case scenarios, or that for future years? What?
Through the chair to the councilman, those were the cuts for this year. They were budgeted cuts, roughly $20 million, and I believe David has implemented all or just about all of those cuts.
Okay, so I'm all for being a team player. You know, the things I put forward, you know, a budget is determined by what we value, right? And our values is not what I say in this microphone, but what's on these pages. And those are something that I personally was a primary sponsor for, Councilwoman Simon, and all of those are thrown out in the seniors. These are emotionally charged cuts, you know.
Yeah,
But if we're talking about a +3 million surplus, where's the cut?
Yeah,
When you've got
through the chair to the councilman, I mean, you see the number goes negative in the future years fairly quickly, right?
And I got that. I just don't want to go there yet.
Okay.
That's a long red line to be dealt with. So I don't want to confuse the audience or, you know, or myself. If we're talking about a -4 million, then cutting my initiatives, Councilwoman Simon's initiative, anything else, then I have to be a team player.
Sure.
But if you're going to have a plus balance, I don't even know if I want to see the idea of cutting when you're going to have money.
Councilman, we can update this slide to reflect what we
Update.
show now at second quarter.
Okay.
Yeah.
So all those cuts, I get it. But now let's move on to, again, the more weighty matter, the $61 million.
Okay.
If we're going to be able to cover the $4 million, I think I heard you say tax lien sales and other money, revenues that might come in. So even though I have a +3 million surplus by this year, we're not in the hole this year. You know, the question is, are we going to have a $61 million hole next year?
That's the projected amount.
Through the chair to the councilman, let me just go through these. So what we have included in these numbers are a $4 million increase for the Adams Board to restore them back to 41 million. There's $20 million in here for Hope Campus and the out-of-home care providers. There's $10 million in here to cover the SNAP loss. There's $6 million to cover the Community Support Service Program. And there's $5 million in here for juvenile court for the probation department. That's roughly $45 million. You add on top of that the 3% cost of living adjustments, 10% increase in hospitalization, and then following a factor of 5% on their other expenses. We've been running at an inflation factor roughly of 4%. We did add 1% to that for outgoing years, and that's how you get to the number.
That's a minus $61 million of cash on hand. We would not have next year, $61 million on hand. To me, that's a real problem.
Through the chair to the councilman, that just assumes everything stays the way it is now, and we add these other expenses.
Assuming we don't have a levy.
Correct.
Right. So to me, that's a significant problem. And we know the big picture. I think we heard earlier about $2 billion. You know, there's no condemnation of us not knowing what we're going to do 10, 15 years from now, you know. But right here, you're showing the 1.1 billion. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
potentially in the
over 10 years.
over 10 years from now. So there certainly will be expenses, obviously, at some point in the future, even if we're not nailing them all down. But the reality, and I think I heard it, we've lost from the state and from the federal government. It amazes me that we give all these sales taxes, and we are an urban, one of a half dozen urban cores in this state, generating sales tax, generating money. And it all goes to the state, and when it comes back to us, we look at it like, where's the rest of our money? You know, where is it? You know, and then the state takes money and they're sitting on $4 billion. That's almost, it is unconscionable to have $4 billion when there's an infinite amount of need out here. And they have that much money and dollars that have come from this. We are donor county, and all the other counties in the state, and the majority of them, except for the urban cores, they are, recipient welfare counties. If we're donors, they're the ones receiving. So it amazes me that we generate so much money for the state, but we get so little back, and then we're forced to have to, again, come to the people for more money just to take care of the needs that we were fully capable of taking care of ourselves with what we generate if we could just have it. If the federal government didn't take it, the state doesn't sit on it. So thanks for listening to my rant. But
I don't think it's a rant.
The reality is,
We make this point, and I have it with the Job and Family Service numbers, that we have watched the state of Ohio step in and make whole 59 counties. 59 small counties are in the same state as us. They're dealing with those same concerns of the new policies. What the state of Ohio did is it stepped in and it made 59 of the 88 counties whole. They provided enough money that none of them will lose revenue. The largest counties are going to take a proportionate cut based upon how much they would normally get. We're the largest recipient, and we're getting the biggest cut. And, you know, the state's made this decision, and they're making this investment, and it's gone through the legislature, and it's a done deal. But, hey, we'll be grateful to receive $226,000 as we prepare to cut $9 million next year.
well, I didn't appreciate my initiative being put on the cutting block when we got a plus, but I do support the
Thank you.
But also remember, that's a one-time help from the state of $226,000.
Fair point.
So it's not ongoing. Councilman Miller is next, followed by Hauser.
So, first, in the interest of time, I would just say that I acknowledge that this is abrupt, has happened quickly, and is not getting the amount of discussion that would be ideal. But for me, the depths of the deficits that are projected and the impact of the cuts that would have to be made without taking action forthwith are determinative for me, and I'm ready to vote this onto the ballot. The other thing is that Emily Campbell from the Center for Community Solutions is here, and I know the time is very short, but I would like to, since she took the time to prepare some material, I'd like to ask through the chair if she could come forward and make a few brief remarks to the council.
Yes.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to make some very brief remarks. I'm Emily Campbell, the president and CEO of the Center for Community Solutions. We've been working in this community since 1913 in partnership with Cuyahoga County and the Health and Human Service community more broadly to ensure that residents within this community have the services that they need, both now and for our future prosperity. The Center for Community Solutions had the opportunity to independently analyze many of the materials and the information that you saw today, and we found that some of the assumptions that were made were reasonable. You know, it may be a difference of $10 million here, $10 million there, but we're talking in tens and hundreds of millions of dollars that our community is facing having those deficits. You have some information before you that we have just prepared that looks at 3 scenarios. The first 2 are what Director Merriman just presented, the exact same numbers that you will see in that presentation. We were as surprised as anyone that the opportunity to seek a renewal plus this year has come forward. Just like the county executive's office, we thought that changes at the state legislature meant that this community and communities across the state would not be able to increase when they have a renewal. Turns out that that prohibition only applies to school districts. And so other taxing entities have this option before them when they are facing these sorts of challenges. And so we ran a third scenario looking at if we delay even a few months putting this matter to the voters to determine whether or not a levy will be increased. And here's the bottom line. We found fiscal advantages in both the short and long term to placing a renewal plus on the ballot in 2026. What it really does is it buys time. It gives you options, the council and executive and our community, to carefully consider and debate how to fill gaps, how to preserve progress, and how to invest in innovation. If this action is taken now, if it's on the ballot in November, if it is approved by voters, the new revenues will begin to flow on January 1st, 2027. Waiting just a few months means that no new revenues will flow until January 1st, 2028, when tens of millions of dollars in reductions are going to have to be made while we wait for those approved dollars to come in. And so, having independently examined the various scenarios, the Center for Community Solutions lands that acting now would be in the best interest of our community. Earlier in this committee meeting, I was joined by our director of the Human Service Chamber of Cuyahoga County, a new organization that has more than 130 nonprofit members, some of which are funded by the levy, most of which are not, but who are ready to participate in efforts to explain to voters how important these dollars are for our community. So thank you so much for our time. I'm happy to answer questions or meet with you individually in the future.
All right, thank you, Ms. Campbell. Can we go to Mr. Hauser now?
Sure, just in the interest of time, I was just going to highlight Councilwoman Conwell's plan to have the council help allocate some of these funds. I think it's going to be extremely important. I see Invest in Children was not cut, but yet Adams Board took $4 million, $2 million was cut from our foster care, homeless services, and so I think you highlighted, Councilwoman, about being disciplined with these funds. I also plan to support this levy, but if we are fortunate enough to receive these dollars, we have to make sure we're intentional where they go. Thank you.
And I'd like to talk about more of this in our next committee and moving forward in HHS committee. Is that it, Mr. Hauser? Councilman Schlepper, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to point out a couple things that I just heard that have given me pause to the point where I find myself irritated. I was the only person up here that voted no on moving forward on tax liens, and I said very publicly that tax liens, balancing the budget off of our residents and their misfortune, is a hard no for me. And then I heard somebody just say, well, we've got the tax lien revenue coming in, right? So essentially what just happened is exactly what I said was gonna happen. That all of a sudden now, these tax liens are gonna be balancing our budget. So I think that's incredibly, not for your team, but generally speaking, that was a disingenuous moment that I had here. My grandmother would have referred to that as paycheck rich. And that's really what's going on right now, I think, in our county. I'm gonna have a Gallagher moment up here. We have 6,000 active nonprofits in Cuyahoga County. And this is gonna be a contentious statement, but I'm gonna make it. 1,800 of those are focused on HHS work. So that's one nonprofit for every 200 residents in Cuyahoga County. You cannot tell me that there isn't spaces where there's redundancy, that there aren't spaces where we're paying for administrative costs across organizations that are doing the same thing, either serving 40 people or 400 people. So there's nothing you can say at this point that's going to get me to believe otherwise. All of that being said, I will support this renewal and this increase because that's our job. This is truly baseline for us. We are the safety net for our most vulnerable residents in this county. So we have to do this. We are in a position where we have to do this. But I gotta be honest with you, when someone says, you know, oh, that's not what's gonna happen with tax liens, it's just we're supposed to take care of it, and then I hear our finance folks telling us, well, we've got that revenue coming in to balance the budget, that's an erosion of trust for me. So I will support this. I will actively advocate for it because it's our job. This is truly the base of what we need to do. We'll be going over this line by line. At least I will. Thank you.
Councilman Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Director, long day for you. I'll be short. I just want to thank you, as I always do. You and your staff do a wonderful job. You have the heaviest responsibility in this moment of time, and it's all hands on deck with this levy. Full steam ahead, it can't fail. And just know I'll be part of it. And with this administration, I don't know who's going to be the face, but you are very convincing when you just deliver it the way you do, because it's just the facts. So thank you.
Councilwoman Simon.
Just want to follow up. I just have to say that I'm a bit confused about the change of numbers. And it's our job, yes, to make sure that the safety net is preserved. But the question is, when does this make sense to put on the ballot? It doesn't mean we need to do it right away. It's a question of when. I just want to say that it's, you know, there's some scrutiny that has to go on. And when I see a change of numbers within a week, I have to question the timing of everything. It doesn't mean that I'm not inclined to support something, but I just want to make that clear that there has to be some scrutiny over what we're doing and not just automatically. I believe that the midterm elections are going to yield a change of the House, and we're going to see restoration of benefits, especially SNAP, when that change happens. And my position is, do we rush in and take everything we can right now, or do we take a minute to look at next year? That's all I'm saying.
Anyone else? Right. Hearing none, we'd like to move this item, R2026-0206, to the full council agenda for consideration with passage under second reading suspension. And our Greg Hoof did talk about why this particular piece of legislation that we need to move forward so they can get the numbers correct, as Councilwoman Simon stated. So is there a second?
Second.
So roll call vote. I'm used to saying.
Wait a minute, discussion?
Discussion.
All right, explain to me again why there has to be suspension.
Greg.
Sir, Madam Chairman and the Councilman, putting a levy on the ballot is a two-step process. This first resolution tonight directs the fiscal officer to make certain calculations. If you had a chance to take a look at the item that actually moves it to the ballot, that'll be voted on in 2 weeks, there are several blanks in there that are dollar amounts that have to be filled in by the fiscal officer. So this first resolution is a determination to move forward, and you direct him to make those calculations, and you'll come back in 2 weeks and do the one that actually puts it on the ballot with those blanks filled in.
So then in 2 weeks is the final vote, if it gets on the ballot or not, correct?
Correct, yeah. This one does not put it on the ballot tonight.
Yeah, this is just for the figures.
That's 2 weeks from now.
And then for the three readings, Councilman Kelly, the next one we'll read into the record will be second reading.
Correct.
Okay, so this is just to give the fiscal officer time to get the numbers to present back to us by August 4th. Any other discussion in regards to this?
The only
Simon?
question I have is, well, when we get these numbers, I want to get a line-by-line substantiation of the $61 million deficit that's projected from somebody. I mean, that's a huge increase. I'd like to see that before we have to vote on this.
Walter, you'll help us with that? All right, any other discussion? Particular one, okay. It's been moved by Conwell, seconded by Sweeney. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Mr. Sweeney?
Yes.
Mr. Castleberry?
Yes.
Mr. Gallagher?
Yes.
Mr. Schlepper?
Yes.
Ms. Conwell?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Hauser?
Yes.
Ms. Simon? Council President Miller?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, thank you. And Madam Clerk, that was for second reading
For second reading
suspension.
suspension for Resolution 2026-0206.
All right, Madam Clerk, if you could read the next item into the record.
Resolution 2026-0207, determining to proceed with submitting to the electors of Cuyahoga County the question of a renewal with an increased levy for the purpose of supplementing general fund appropriations for health and human or social services in accordance with Sections 5705.191 and 5705.25 of the Ohio Revised Code.
Any questions from my colleagues? Any discussion? All right. I see your hand, Slipper? No? Okay. I'll make a motion to move R2026-0207 to the full council under second reading. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Mr. Sweeney?
Yes.
Mr. Castleberry?
Yes.
Mr. Gallagher?
Hold 1 second. Councilman Jones on it actually being put to the voters, but it's under second reading. Yes, August 4th will be the final. We're moving it along, basically, tonight. Please continue. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Schlepper?
Yes.
Ms. Conwell?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Hauser? Ms. Simon?
Yes.
Council President Miller?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. In order to talk about this stuff on August 4th, we've had a couple of requests from council members. Please, let's have that in our office to Joe so we can, not on the day of August 4th, if we can help it, so we can make informed decisions about moving this forward to the full council. Now, without further ado, I'll turn this back over to Council President.
Thank you very much. And regarding ordinance number 2026-0004, Councilman Gallagher has graciously consented in the interest of time that it would be better to have this heard at the next committee of the whole meeting where we can give it a longer discussion that it deserves. So we're going to just hold this in committee if there's no objection. And regarding 2026-0005 on the parking legislation, I'm also going to hold that in committee because of time if there's no objection. Hearing none, the next question is miscellaneous business. Does anyone have any miscellaneous business? Hearing none, the committee of the whole stands adjourned, and we will begin the regular council meeting at 6:30 p.m.